The children of the night, what music they make. Oh shit, that's Taylor Swift. Fuck that shit. I'm RazörFist, and tonight it's RazörFist Arcade, and we just played Bloodlines 2. Unfortunately, we were subjected to that, although we didn't mock it. So tonight, palate cleanser, folks. We're gonna bite some necks and boof some bitches. I am RazörFist, joined by Mr. Terrangel. It's Bloodlines Uno, the only one that honestly exists. And are you excited for this one, sir?
Hell yeah. We only got a taste, and that was a long time ago.
A long time ago. We only streamed this one time, and it was the haunted hotel whatchamajig thingy in that game, and it was... I love that level. I absolutely love that part of the game. It's objectively one of the better horror levels in a period with a ton of awesome horror. Dude, what was it with like 2003, 2004, like that era? Would you say that's like the prime of video game horror? Like,
oh yeah, was Silent Hill coming out?
Early 2000s, dude.
Oh, yeah.
The horror games coming out at that time were just batshit. Barkingly batshit. And speaking of batshit, we're going to play Vampire. So let's do it. We got a HD mod that doesn't look terribly HD, but I haven't played a lot of it, so whatever. We got the unofficial patch installed. We got a few little skins and goodies and all kinds of good stuff. Let me know, Terrangel, if we're sounding and looking good. RIP. Actually, no, I believe Vampire is now owned by White Wolf again. I believe it is. Didn't Paradox, they sold it back.
Did they?
I think so. Now that is a rip. Troika, that is a rip.
Rocket launcher.
Godspeed, rocket launcher games. Oh, nostalgia, baby. It has been years. This is the thing. Bloodlines 2 sucks in a bad way. We're gonna be
stream ever.
That was the worst stream ever. We're gonna review it. I've already got like 3 pages of notes. I'm freaking blazing through that game. It's not hard. It's completely fucking linear, so it's not going to take very long, but we are going to review Vampire Bloodlines 2. That review probably will be coming in the next few years. Yes, the next few years.
There'll be people walking
The next few weeks.
with flames coming out of their butthole. And everyone who takes it up the rear, everyone who has a penis injected in his butthole, when that penis comes out, the flame will stop burning. Ain't nobody gonna stick no penis in that flame.
No, sir.
That flame will be an eternal flame coming out of the butthole of every sodomite. And nobody will ever stick a penis in your butthole again, because it will be on fire.
Fire!
There's an alternate reality where Pastor Manning is the clear frontrunner in the last mayoral election in New York City, runs away with it, and winds up being the greatest mayor in the long and storied history of New York State. Anyways, I forgot what the hell I was talking about before the flaming buttholes. But it's time to play Vampire the Masquerade. I guess the silver lining in all this is Bloodlines 2 sucks. We're gonna review it. But I have been trying to snatch the silver lining from that black cloud. And the way that I have reason to do it is it has drawn me back to the Vampire the Masquerade source books and tabletop stuff that I liked, 1st and 2nd edition. And old Vampire games that are good. You know, like Redemption. And this, which we need to stream Redemption at a certain point, I was saying before the stream to you. So let's go, I answer a series of questions about the type of vampire you'd like to play and allow the game to create your character. I love when games do this. Taryn?
Yes.
What's the over-under on Elder Scrolls 6 even doing this anymore?
Oh, no. 0. It never. No. Absolutely not.
Shit, I mean, how did Skyrim do it again? Like, you didn't even have a character.
Leave the body lying around.
You didn't even have a character class, so I don't even think there was anything like this in there. Right? I don't believe so.
No.
Oblivion was the last game to give you anything like this. Okay. Would you like your character to be male and female? This game is already problematic. This is a problem. You're stuck in traffic after a concert, and the guy behind you is laying on the... Kill! Your friends in the car are urging you to park the car and help them stick the dude's horn somewhere uncomfortable. Do you get out, pull the guy out of the car, and put him in the hospital? Talk your friends down. You don't need a lawsuit or jail time. What state am I in? And what color am I? That's a good question, right? And am I a legal resident of the United States? These are all important questions to ask for this. Well, let's assume that I'm not a black guy in California, and we'll talk him out of it. A bouncer at the opening of an exclusive nightclub won't let you inside a party with all the beautiful people. Do you convince him you work for that director? You know who. Who? And you'll bring him with you next time? Hide out by the back exit, wait for someone to leave, and then slip in undetected. Everyone has their price, and it's worth it to get to... I have to say that like Ted DiBiase. Everyone's got a price. And it's worth it to get to know the kind of people inside. Come on. It's an RPG. I'm gonna sneak in. It's late. You're at the red spot, waiting for your microwave burrito to heat up. Pardon? There are 3 arcade games to waste some time on. Which one do you play? Ooh. The fighting game. I pull off the triple flash uppercut as a finisher every time. That beat 'em up where you can pick up the bat and womp on the hordes of generic thugs. Or that sniper game with the realistic gun for a controller. Ooh, that's actually a hard question. I don't know what I would play. Truthfully, probably the fighting game. In real life, it's the fighting game. Taryn, you remember how often I dragged you down to Castles and Coasters? Freaking sat on the Capcom versus SNK machine. All right. As you're walking home late at night, you hear footsteps. You glance back and suddenly realize someone's following you. Do you turn to confront them or duck behind a tree to lose them? Duck behind a tree to lose them. You met someone at a club and they took you back to their place. Things start getting interesting when all of a sudden Kevin Spacey barges through the door with a giant hard on. No, you hear someone come in the front door. Their spouse. Do you, 1, head to the kitchen, let them see you, pretend you're a distant cousin and they were nice enough to let you stay on the couch? 2, pretend you're Mormon and they're your plural wife. No, gather up clothes, hide behind the doors, slip out of the apartment as quietly as possible. Calmly explain you had no idea they were married and that you intend to, thank you for attending my TED talk, to leave and never come back, keeping your finger over the speed dial in case you need the police. I'm definitely ducking out the back door, Rodney Dangerfield style. The world's a cruel and unforgiving place, but you've gotten by so far. Why? I live alone. I don't need others. Just me, my dog, and to hell with the... What am I, Mad Max? Stay out of sight, and the world won't even know you're there. So I'm not crazy, right? These are basically the same answer. You shitting me? Well, I'm not Mad Max. I wish I was Mad Max. Okay. I am Nosferatu. I can't escape Nosferatu. You have been embraced by the Nosferatu clan. A Nosferatu embrace twists and deforms the physical appearance, making them abominations in the eyes of men. The Nosferatu are outcasts who have perfected the ability to blend into shadows and are masters of espionage and information gathering. Your vampire's attributes and abilities have been determined and entered into its character. This game had a character sheet. Remember those, bro? Remember when RPGs had those?
Memories.
And for those who have never played the tabletop, this is literally what the character sheet looks like. It's literally got the dots and everything. This is actually what a Vampire the Masquerade character sheet resembles if you play the tabletop game. Okay. So we're building our character, and Cicero is scratching on the door. I'll be right back.
Huh? Let us see. Yeah. For a couple that I wanted to read out. King and Dunces, thank you for subbing for 15 months. Thanks for the streams and videos, and Godspeed. Godspeed to you, too. We did have a couple of big ones I want to address first, because they were so generous. A-dubs, thank you for the 100. I listened to John MacArthur on Mary and the Catholics. Who, lad, would recommend. Do you have any books or video recommendations on the Jesuits? I'm aware they're heretical, but I don't know much else about them. Godspeed. You're muted, by the way.
Okay, that's nice. I unmuted myself, and then it decided to remute me. Can you hear me now?
I will tell you in about 10 seconds.
Okay. To answer your question, I've never read a book only devoted to the Jesuits, so I'm kind of the wrong person to ask. They're usually a subject that comes up sort of tertiarily. So if you want to understand the character of the Jesuits, I can only recommend the Satanic Bible and the Communist Manifesto. That sounds like a Nevos. I don't know what that means, but all right, let's see here. Stamina or dexterity. Character's overall toughness. Prevents damage from bullets, police batons. Oh, answering my questions filled some of these out. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Security. I think that's lockpicking. Stealth. Melee. Dodge. Obfuscate. Scholarship, of all things. Okay. Wits. However, I'm unintelligent. I am witless. I love that Nosferatu can't put any points into appearance. And yeah. I think we're gold. That's an awful lot of humanity for a misshapen, horrific monster.
Just look at this for a second.
What's up?
And appreciate that none of this even comes close. Or rather, the second game doesn't come close to this.
They do not even try. It is
a linear path in the story where you just push buttons and beat shit up, and you have an asshole talking to you constantly.
Yep. To say nothing of, look how many clans there are, which this still isn't that much. There's 13 clans, guys. I think 2 has 6. I think it tops out at 6. So you have one more here. And more importantly, the clans that you do play change the way the game is played. If I decide to go through with being a Nosferatu, if I settle on being a Nosferatu here, I have to stay away from civilians. If I pop out into the light, people will freak out because fucking look at me. I look like that Roald Dahl movie, The Witches. You're not getting away looking like that, walking out in the streets, especially not in a Kevin Spacey bondage gimp outfit. That's not happening. So, but if I play as a Toreador, I've got all kinds of social disciplines and more subtle options. And if I decide to be a Ventru, I'm a chatty Cathy. I've got lots of charisma. If I'm a Tremere, I'm a fag mage or a scientist, whichever you prefer. If I'm Malkavian, the whole game changes. I have an entire swath of dialogue choices that nobody has. Now, to be fair to Bloodlines 2, actually, can you play Malkavian in that? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
I cannot remember. But that game is so dialogue heavy, I wouldn't be surprised if they did add those dialogue choices. I do not think Gangrel is even playable. Bruja is always playable because everyone who makes these games loves commies. Oh man, I lost all my attributes. Okay, whatever. But like, it's just so much more in depth. I like that they put La Sombra.
You're letting me loose?
I like that they put La Sombra in Bloodlines 2. I mean, they're technically in this game, but they're part of the Sabbat. Let's see here. Manipulation? No.
I wonder.
Let's go stamina.
Tinfoil hat on.
What's up?
The detective that talks in your head is Malkavian.
Yes, he is.
What if they purposely left out the Malkavian class?
So that you could use the attributes with him.
Yeah, and like have even more dialogue. What if they didn't put it in there literally to cut corners so you could, like, two Malkavians wouldn't have...
To be fair, my memory's failing me. I can't remember all the clans. I know La Sombra's in there. Bruja's always freaking in there. I know Toreador is playable. Ventru's playable. And there's one or two others, and I cannot nail down what they are. I know Gangrel isn't playable, which is retarded. And Nosferatu is not playable, which is also retarded. Let's see here. But my point was, if I play Nosferatu, game's completely different. If I play Malkavian, game's completely different. Granted, Toreador, Ventru, Bruja, they kind of blend together, but Gangrel is very different. Like, you play the different clans in this game, and they're actually different. All right.
Dixon Cider, Roald Dahl mentioned, +1 win.
Yes. The great Roald Dahl. Dude, did you ever watch The Witches?
No.
Oh! That's one of those movies that when you were a little kid, you know, like Labyrinth or Return to Oz or one of these movies, it's like out of nowhere a horror film. And Roald Dahl was a rabid anti-Semite. So the witches having gigantic hooked noses. They turn into like Jew goblins. Oh man. It's a great movie though. It's a freaking great movie. I loved that movie as a kid.
Let's get this one out of the way.
What's up?
Black Pill Extraordinaire HD Arcade. Is the Civil War on the right Trump's fault?
Is the Civil War on the... There's a little bit of an op running right now, and I don't know if... Look, I think the greatest weapon in your arsenal in our current political environment is just pattern recognition. So let's utilize a little pattern recognition. This is not the first time...
No guts, no galaxy.
This is not the first time that there's been a meltdown on the right between one side and another. You remember the, like, civil war that emerged early in the DeSantis days when he was going to run? Remember the civil war before that in 2015-16 when the GOP, GOP Inc. essentially picked Marco Rubio? Then Marco Rubio didn't work out. So they picked Princess Cruz. You remember that?
Yeah.
You remember that ugly episode at the RNC that year? Where we weren't sure if all the delegates were going to go for Trump or not, even though he had clearly won. This is not the first time this has happened. The common thread, if you're using basic pattern recognition, is that it always seems to happen heading into an election year. Heading into a real either midterm or general election. And in this case, it's midterm. Because as I've said many, many times, I mean, I'm belaboring the point, frankly, the Democrats can't make the sale. They don't have a platform. They don't have arguments. Their positions are unpopular. Why I'm laughing, seeing, suggestions that the populist left and populist right could find common ground. If our populist right can break bread at all with the populist left, they were populist left to begin with. Like, that's the populist left was get out of foreign wars, lower our taxes, deport everybody across the border. These were considered hardcore right-wing positions like 10, 12, 15 years ago. You know what I mean? You can't break bread with these people and consider yourself actually right-wing. So this is an op that's being run. The Democrats recognize that they can't make a sale for themselves. So their only hope is to divide the MAGA coalition. And if they fail to divide the MAGA coalition, man, and I mean this, I want someone to quote me on this, like mark it down, they'll cease to exist as a party in 1 or 2 bad elections. They're that much on the ropes right now. Man, they really, really, they are. They are, though. Let's see, computer and I think it was scholarship. Sorry, I keep lingering here, but dodge. Let's try dodge. Intimidation might have. Oh, I really? I don't have access to intimidation, even though I look like a goblin. Firearms, maybe? Let's go 2 points into security. That is one curious thing about Vampire the Masquerade. Every time I played the tabletop, when you play an RPG, you think, I'm going to really invest in that skill and keep building it up till it maxes out. Get it up to level 10, get it up to level whatever. You never play long enough to max anything out or come anywhere near it. 9 times out of 10, you rarely wind up even improving your skills that much because of the way the game works. So, sorry, I'm being a chatty Cathy. I don't want to know what this chick looked like when I picked her up. She's a Nosferatu. In bed with a goblin. I'm black, dude? I started out as a black dude. Bah! That was a quick transformation, and he got eye piercings.
And you're wearing leather straps
Yeah,
now?
no kidding. Oh, and she's down. So why didn't she look like a goblin?
My fellow kindred, my apologies for disrupting any business or interfering with prior engagements you may have had this evening.
I am a Twilight character.
It's unfortunate that the affair that gathers us together tonight is a troubling one. We are here because the laws that bind our society, the laws that are the fabric of our existence...
So I'm not crazy, right? That was me before the transformation.
As Prince, I am within my rights to grant
want to put some clothes on?
of this city the privilege of siring. Many of you have come to me seeking permission, and I have endorsed some of these requests. However, the accused that sits before you tonight was not refused permission. Indeed, my permission was never sought at all. They were caught shortly after the embrace of this child. It pains me to announce the sentence.
Oh, she had some kind of camouflage.
A loyal and upstanding member
Gross.
of the organization. But as some of you may know, the penalty for this transgression is death. Know that I am no more adjudicator than I am a servant to the law that governs us all. Let tonight's proceedings serve as a reminder to our community that we must adhere to the code that binds our society.
Adhere to my funky reverb effect. Everybody's voice in this game has a funky reverb on it.
Let the penalty commence.
It's like listening to a radio show of the game. You seemed a little delighted by that.
Which leads
Hey,
to
Bender.
The fate of the ill-begotten progeny. Without a sire, most children are doomed to walk the earth never knowing their place, their responsibility, and most importantly, the laws they must obey. Therefore, I have decided that
This is bullshit!
That outfit is so early 2000s. He's got the combed forward hair going on.
if Mr. Rodriguez would let me finish, I have decided to let this
If Mr. Rodriguez would leave his wardrobe in the American Pie film he got it from.
granted the same rights. Let no one say I am unsympathetic to the plights and causes of this community. I thank you all for attending these proceedings, and I hope their significance is not lost.
Say it again.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, that's a Dracula reference. Taryn, quick, what clan was Dracula?
Whatever the leader clan is, the masters,
No,
the dominators.
not the Ventru. No,
No?
no, sir.
He's not a Tremere.
No, sir.
Is it one of the ancient ones that's died off? The more lesser known ones?
Did my game glitch out?
Your sire, tragic, my apologies. But you see, there is a strict code of conduct that all of us
And
must
also a dress code. What the hell are you wearing?
adhere to if we wish to survive. When someone
Simsi, whatever however you pronounce it.
It's a rule that you're supposed to pronounce it differently every freaking time. Chimichi or whatever.
Chimichi.
Allowing you to
That's
live
the one.
makes me
Boppity
directly
boopity.
responsible for
Yeah.
your subsequent behavior. So, what I'm offering is not generosity, but the opportunity to transcend the fate woven by your sire.
Stop swaying your hips.
This is your trial. You will be brought to Santa Monica. There you will meet an agent by the name of Mercurio. He will provide the details of your labor. I've shown you great clemency. Prove it was more than a wasted gesture, fledgling. Don't come back until you do. Good evening.
All that money for a suit and no money for nail clippers. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. This is running in a higher resolution than it was.
And in ultra wide screen.
In ultra wide.
I'm gonna listen back to the game here for a second.
That is... What's the... Changing the camera button? Alright, toggle first-person camera is Z. Oh, of course. Naturally. What a normal, rational, not at all shitty keybind. Oh, there we go. Game looks good, though. It does. Oh, this game has a great soundtrack. No wonder they copied it for Bloodlines 2. Like, the whole freaking soundtrack for Bloodlines 2 is just a giant remix album of this. I mean, what a game. If it ain't borked, don't fix it.
What a scene, man. Ooh-wee.
Kiss my shiny vampire ass.
Baby in the woods. How about that? Look, you know, it's probably a lot for you to take in, so, why don't you let me show you the ropes? What do you say? I'm Jack. What's important is
I'm between Futurama checks right now, and
Monica with your hide and we'll trade life stories, okay? Till then, I got about this much time. You in or out?
get in or get out.
Youngsters these days.
Can ya? Let me turn the subtitles on if I can. Ah, there we go.
Well, your funeral, kiddo. But keep a couple things in mind before you go. Now, these lessons aren't just for your benefit, so listen up. First, the Masquerade. You hear a lot about this, so let me sum up real quick. Sure, you're a vampire. Great. Keep it to yourself, okay? It's easier that way, trust me.
There we go.
That's the Masquerade. Keeping vampire secrets secret. Easy, right? Easy peasy.
Alright.
Right on. Next, humanity. Being a vampire isn't the end of the road. You think life was hard? Just wait. Now you're half beast, half man, and it ain't quite an easy fit. You're gonna be fighting that beast for the rest of your days every time you get into it.
Whenever you kill an innocent, you feed the beast a little more, and it grows a little stronger. After a while, the beast can take over, and you'll go wild and have to be put down like a rabid dog. So, you know, fight it. Don't be a homicidal maniac.
Don't be a homicidal maniac.
See how it all comes together? Ain't that nice? Now, with all that said, you still have to.
How many centuries of life he's still using the word ain't?
That little blood sound, kiddo. Imagine you're feeling that thirst right about now, huh? Get it where you can, however you can. Just remember the first 2 lessons. Don't let anyone else see you feeding. Flip out and cause you to break the masquerade and cause some bigger, badder vampire to come stomp a mud hole in your ass. Righteous. Now, ship off like a good little soldier. If you pull this off, come downtown to the last round and I'll tell you how jacked this whole situation is. Until then, good luck. Or maybe I should just say, nice knowing you, kiddo.
Hey. All right, sweet.
Drop it!
Hello, LA. You're up way past your bedtime, aren't you?
Oh,
You've slipped into something comfortable.
it skipped the tutorial entirely. Okay. I forgot you could do that. Lacuna coil.
You're letting me loose?
Oh, Lacuna. This is like the most early 2000s game ever. Okay, that's the crouch is control. It's been a long while since I played this game. All right, sweet.
Oh, before it gets skipped over, we did have another big one earlier from Christian Thurber. Thank you for the 100. Asked this last stream, but can't find the response. Watched all of Enterprise. I think it deserves 7 seasons.
I agree.
Liked how it built the Vulcans. What are both your thoughts?
I love Enterprise. I thought the first couple of seasons were rough. Once it found its footing at the end of season 2 and into season 3, I thought that show was as good as any other Star Trek show. It was really, really good. The crew dynamic came together, and I liked the Xindi War a lot, and I wasn't as big a fan of the war thing that happened at the, like, temporal thing after that. And the finale was such a misstep. It was like, oh, the last time we were really successful was Next Generation, so let's turn the entire show into a Next Generation love-in. I really was not a fan of that at all. But I loved Enterprise otherwise. It is very underrated. I probably put it as maybe my second favorite Trek show after DS9. It gets that good at one point.
And as for me, I pretty much echo what he has to say. I do agree. It had a rough start, but I just...
There are good episodes in those first 2 seasons.
Oh,
but...
yeah. I just loved that everything was new. Everything was new to these people, and experiencing it with them the first time was awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, that whole idea ran its course real quick, right? The first time they sent an away team down to a planet. The first time they used a transporter. You can only do that so many times. Once they ran out of those, it became very phenomenon of the week. Very much. And some of those were good episodes, but some were retreads. Like, they almost did a retread of that shitty Voyager episode where the salamander babies and like they almost...
Oh my god.
Oh man. But I like that. Even in those first couple seasons, Enterprise had its moments. So.
Continuing. Thoughts on the fake MAGA split? Why people are buying into the anti-Trumpers being part of MAGA?
All right, here we go. I kind of alluded to this. Democrats, and you can speculate what their motivations are, people on the right who just are not pro-Trump and haven't been for a long while. Tucker Carlson, we have his private messages. I don't think he has really migrated much on Trump. I really don't. He may have apologized to Trump and said as much. He's professed that in public. I see no operative difference in his behavior. A person isn't what they say, they are what they do. And Tucker Carlson functionally has undermined Trump really for the last several years. Really, since Trump became a politician, Tucker Carlson has pretty consistently positioned himself against him. But that's just an example of what I'm talking about. So I think there are people who don't want Trump to be there, never wanted Trump to be there, or maybe for a while they got kind of kissy-kissy with him, and then they got sick of him, or whatever their reasons are, right? So I think there's people seeing that heading into the midterms, they have an opportunity to do that. Then you have foreign actors, too. This must be said. Russia don't want Trump to be powerful. They don't want his party to be in power and at peace. They don't want that at all. If there's more disunity in Trump's party, that aids them in their ambitions in Ukraine, and you could say the same for China and whatever, right? So they're absolutely funding
9 out of 10 people preferred friggin' chicken over the
all kinds of disunity efforts and disinformation and shit on social media, and you see it all the time. Have you seen some of the screenshots and whatnot of all these tweets from, like, 5-follower wonders, and they're all repeating the same, I think it's time to admit, and it'll be this verbatim on every single account. It's all a bunch of different accounts. It is time to admit MAGA is dead. It has run its course. It is time to abandon Trump. It'll literally be that, and it's just a sea of these. And someone had screenshots of foreign actors are funding these campaigns. 100%. And some domestic actors are funding these campaigns for the reasons I've just itemized. That, by the way, does not excuse missteps that Trump made several weeks ago. I criticized the fact that in the middle of a shutdown, he was running over to Japan. He was running all over It wasn't a good look. It wasn't a good look. People are hurting in terms of grocery prices. People are hurting in terms of, their basic expenses, the job market, and you're gallivanting off to Japan. He had good reasons, don't get me wrong, but it was a bad look. So it doesn't excuse missteps from Trump, but that doesn't change that there's a lot of this has been foreign funded, and I think that must be admitted at this point. There's too many indicia of it. From Hung Lo! All right. Ah, Mercurio, there he is. Walk to the end of the alley, and my building is the next one on the right. Okay, I know where he is. A game begins. A pawn is moved. All right, cool. Sorry, I'm just listening to this radio show.
Children's future to someone like that. Vote Republican Senator Robert
Mage Leader, I'll read yours before I go back and start reading from the beginning here.
Yes,
Evening RazörForce came to request prayer for my dad. Liver problems. Doctor says cancer is possible. Test on Tuesday. God bless and Godspeed.
God bless. I'm sorry to hear that. Prayers up, everyone. Carnival of Death. Gruesome remains found on the pier. Police BAP. Illegal alien. I mean, it's Santa Monica, guy. What's this? Vacant apartment?
Silent Crow. Hey, Razor. You may have spoke on him already, but any thoughts on Andrew Wilson? He seems to be doing the rounds, stomping degenerate secularism into irrelevancy.
Not really familiar, I'm sorry. Not really familiar with his work. I couldn't say for or again. But thank you.
A-dubs. Mount Rushmore of historical figures that never became president, but should have.
Goldwater.
Goldwater is his example, yes.
Goldwater, Calhoun. mean, everyone would say Ben Franklin. I'm trying to think of another one. There's one oh Pat Buchanan.
Some exact same time you said it, somebody said it in the chat.
100%. If we had elected Pat Buchanan in 2000, he essentially had the exact same platform as Donald Trump. Build the wall, deport them all, borders, language, culture. Essentially just the MAGA agenda 20 years early. If we had elected him in 2000, half the shit we're dealing with now, we would not be dealing with.
Couple of runners up in the chat. Ross Perot and
Perot. I mean, I think we wound up getting a little bit of a Ross Perot in the form of Trump. Very similar.
And Samuel Adams.
In fact, Donald Trump was a member of Ross Perot's Reform Party back in the day. Okay. I can't be walking out openly on the streets. To play as a Nosferatu is to spend some time in the sewer. You gotta be Danny DeVito Penguin.
You got some change, mister?
Ask Obama for change.
I like these early 2000s graphics. Gritty yet comfy.
That's very nice. Thank you.
You can pay me back with blood.
With blood.
Mercenary X, even though my sister blindly took the damn shot for COVID, they still threatened her or pet and chin and pay if she didn't take what? And everyone else. Well, I'll just take your word for it because I can't understand what the fuck you're saying.
All right.
Marine Alver.
Okay, where are we coming out at? Ocean House Hotel, is that it?
Thoughts on the YouTube show Hunter, the parenting. He was the guy that did If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device Before GW IP Policy.
Huh?
I've never heard of him.
All right.
And Mercenary X again. Also, there's rumblings about a deep state actor who may have passed on recently, and they're about to announce it sometime in the next 2 weeks. Keep an eye out. Roger. Going back to the beginning of the stream, Dustin the Grim. Don't know if he covered it yet, but Vinny Rue is back in the game in JCW.
Yeah, did you see that?
No.
Vince Russo is booking a wrestling product.
I think didn't
Yes.
he say something last week about this?
Guess what it is?
What?
So your major think of the wrestling companies? It could be.
It's not AEW.
Obviously not. They banned him from all live events because Tony Khan's such a virtue-signaling Democrat faggot.
It's not TNA.
Not TNA? Nope.
It's not WWE.
Nope. You are never going to guess.
See, you told me about this last week and I forgot.
You're gonna piss yourself laughing.
What?
Although it's a good fit, actually. Juggalo Championship Wrestling. Or Championship Wrestling.
Okay.
He's booking for ICP's Wrestling Federation, which quietly, ICP's Wrestling Federation has been really good for a long time. It's just nobody watches. Well, Juggalos watch it, but it's actually been halfway decent. It's a good fit, actually, when you think about it, because of Vince Russo's style. It's funny.
Hopefully Russo takes someone under his wing so we can keep the good writing going.
Let's hope.
Mercenary X, her paycheck, her pension, and everyone else in the clinic she worked at, they threatened to fire anyone who didn't take the COVID shot. I mean, her and a bunch of other people.
You chased it for the one at the top of the city. on the ground. We found it in the crypt. It's open. It's open. Oh, God.
All right. I'm just gonna go stand over here.
Sucks, bro.
I see what you did there.
As your nightmare, the ICP has a wrestling federation?
They've had a wrestling federation for years. Since like the late 90s, I think they started doing that shit.
Understand?
Yeah. I mean, and some big talent has gone through JCW.
And Michael McLeod. Disagree about Ross Perot. He was too wishy-washy during the 91 election. He was too indecisive and his support dropped drastically.
Well, he didn't want to run. When it comes right down to it, he did not want to run. People pressured him to run. And then he gave that ultimatum, hey, if people demand that I run, I guess I'll run, because the country's in a bad way. And so he very, very, very reluctantly declared that he was going to run for president. And then he dropped out of the race. Which, I think if he had not dropped out of the race, we may have literally wound up with Ross Perot as president. I think people forget how much of a major factor that debate and his repeated appearances on news media were. He was huge at that time. And even after dropping out, what did he get? Like 20% of the vote? People say that George W. Bush, you know, he split the ticket and cost George W. Bush the election, but truthfully, it's equally as true to say the opposite. That George W. Bush cost him the election. And that's without any major support, and after dropping out. Perot absolutely could have won. He just, I don't think he wanted to run to begin with. And then he ran in 96, which was a total abortion. Like, I don't even know why he bothered running in 96.
Mercenary X, and now she has lumps in her chest? That's awful. I'm sorry, man. Ironclad. Bloodlines has more soul just in your apartment than there was in the whole Bloodlines 2 stream you did.
I know, and it's so lame. They try to, like, indulge in sort of cloying quotation in Bloodlines 2. You come down from your ugly apartment that has, like, one door you can walk in, and there's a radio playing. And it's a shitty clone of the radio program that you're listening to at the beginning of this game, with a shittier voice actress and shittier production, and it doesn't sound good, and the writing's not good. Man, whoever wrote that game, like, may they forever live in ignominy. What a retard. The other day, I'm playing the damn game, and I'm having a conversation with someone, and someone uses the word egress. Yeah, they say, the quicker you can make egress, the better, which means to vacate the premises, to leave, or whatever. And your dumbass character, without me even selecting a dialogue option for it, says, oh, but that's a rare bird of prey, not a, what... It was like the least funny. Yeah. An egret. Ha ha ha. Get it? It's a bird of prey that the shitty hipster writer probably looked up 5 minutes before he wrote the line. Ha 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 ha. I'm glad he wasted company time and money writing that and not getting to the fucking point. The game is filled with shit like that. It's filled with shit like that.
Millennial shit.
It is. It's like, and every time the detective guy opens his stupid maw, the dumbest shit comes out. It's like they wanted that voice in your head shit, and so they think inner monologue. Hipsters, being cultural parasites and cultural tourists par retardance, what does that mean? Film noir. And of course, hipsters being retards, they've only read the Cliff Notes of Raymond Chandler, so they try to write freaking film noir, and it's like the worst shit you've ever heard in your life. It's just Joss Whedon dialogue. It's not even... It's just a clown character you don't like and don't relate to being glib. That's all the dialogue is. Is that Mercurio's place? I think it is. Oh no. Man, where am I?
Mercenary X,
I need
besides
to
my
get my
niece.
bearings. It's tough when you have to travel around in the sewer figuring out what the hell you are. They have a little map.
Besides my niece and nephew, I'm the only one who didn't get the shot. I'm the only person in my entire family who didn't get it. Bryson Lister, top 5 or top 3 metal mythos you want to cover but haven't yet.
Really Venom, Candlemass, and Iced Earth. Get up
Iced
here.
Earth would be a doozy, wouldn't it? Don't they have a lot of albums?
Yep. Oh, here we go. I think it's across the street.
Mercenary X.
Whoa!
You're a Nosferatu, aren't you?
Whoa.
Who wants to know?
You're a vampire. I don't know how much I should tell you, but oh man, damn! It would be awesome to talk to someone else on the inside. You know what I mean? Oh man.
Let's put you on the inside of a padded cell.
Hell yeah! Oh man, I knew it. Oh jeez, I knew you were. I just could tell. Oh man, this is great. And I saw your teeth, and I was like, damn, it was like I could just sense you. The name's Knox Harrington. Pleasure to meet you. Oh man.
Can you stop talking like Jamie Kennedy?
I'm a ghoul. I didn't know about any of this stuff until a couple of months ago. When this guy just appeared.
Now, if this was Bloodlines 2, we just introduced the first ghoul of the game. Now, this is a concept kind of unique to Vampire the Masquerade as a setting, whatever. If this was Bloodlines 2, hell, I think I can remember from the stream we did how they introduced the concept of the ghoul. Taryn, do you remember how they introduced the concept of the ghoul?
No.
By the retard talking in your head for 10 unremitting minutes. The guy's like a lore glossary.
Oh man, vampires are real and right there in front of my eyes. Blew my goddamn mind. Well, the way it was explained to me, whenever a vampire lets a human drink some of their...
And here, how are we introducing a ghoul? By meeting a ghoul. It's like, did they even play this game?
Oh man, I really wish I could tell you, but I don't think I'm supposed to. But it's really cool. Hey man, just because I'm a ghoul and you're some cool vampire, you don't need to treat me like crap.
Of course I do. Ghouls are lowly creatures. I mean, I am traveling around in a sewer.
Look, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but I'm on a secret mission with my master. Well, hey, it's been great talking to you.
See you around, retard. He's kind of like the Conrad Werner of this game, isn't he?
Oh my god.
Or the obsessed fan from Oblivion.
Mercenary X again. Remember, current Bloodlines 2 is supposed to be improvement from the other script that they junked. How much worse was it? Oh, I'm sure it was awful. That game was remade at least twice.
Yeah. And people were like, they shouldn't have fired Brian Mitsoda. And it's like, what we were hearing of the script that Brian Mitsoda wrote sounded even worse. Have you seen Brian Mitsoda's social media posts? He runs around in, like, pink mittens, wearing cat ears at convention. Like, the guy's kind of a retard. He's woke as shit. I think he was working on some... He was brewing up some cringe, folks. I don't think anyone was going to like what Brian Mitsoda was putting together. He's Brian Mitsoda, for those who don't know, is the guy who wrote this. I need to get across the street.
Edifice of Echoes. This game is what got me into making music.
Really?
That's awesome.
Maybe I'll use Obfuscate if I can. Shoot, I'm going to use a blood pack.
Joseph Young. I heard China came out with a new tagline recently. Hey, is the guy who electrocute dog. You know Asmongold? Did you hear about that?
I know everybody's dunking on him, but at the same time, you're sharing around his little Chinese travelogue videos, and this must be said very directly, because I'm not seeing many people say it. China pays influencers to travel to China to advertise travel to China. It is part of the CCP's propaganda effort. So when you share around those clips of Hassan getting dunked on, that's kind of what China wants.
Hound, thank you for the 20. You guys helped me beat my alcoholism and save my life. Godspeed to you, top tier gents.
Godspeed. Thank you. I'm just glad that you're doing better. I don't know how we helped, but thank you very much. You guys are gonna dig the Bloodlines 2 review, even though the game sucks.
That was mostly all you, man. You helped you get over alcoholism.
Exactly.
This is Dirk. What are your thoughts on Rasmussen lately? I feel like they've become very misleading in an attempt to manipulate public sentiment and admin decisions.
I confess I've kind of stopped following their coverage. I agree. I had observed some of the same phenomena. You know, I'm trying to think of an operative example, but there were a few instances where they would present a data point, and it was like, at first, it seemed like it was sort of slam dunk, well, Trump should stop doing this, and then you thought about the data point for a minute and realized, oh, that's not quite what they're presenting it as, right? I guess a good operative example would be the not quite midterm election we just had, where Democrats were favored to win every single race like a year out from the race. So tariffs didn't have an effect on it. You know, even Trump traveling over to Japan during a shutdown, the shutdown itself didn't affect it. This was a long-standing numerical advantage that Democrats had. Could Republicans have been competitive? Yeah, but the truth is, when you actually look at the results of those elections, Republicans were more competitive in many of those races than they had any right to be, right? They didn't win, but they were more competitive than they should have been. So you sort of, I think I saw them presenting some of that data as, well, they lost support with X. And I think it was an ethnic group, like Latinos or something like that. It's like, then you think about it for a moment, and it's like, have you ever heard of an off-year election where Latinos just turned out in damn droves? Anybody? Like, what's the objective? Like, I feel like in order to say that Trump lost all the support from 2024, you have to establish that it's the same electorate. And that's a kind of a vague example of what I'm talking about. There have been those kind of things that I've seen, and I agree. I've observed some of that as well from Rasmussen. And I think they have an agenda.
Those mothers ripped me off. I'm dying here.
All right.
What is this lump? Is this my rib? Holy shit, my rib is poking through my side? Oh, I'm all numb. You gotta look and tell me. Goddamn chemist. Can't trust any operators in LA. I verified him. Organizations seem reliable. Guy mixes up speed. His crew sells it. Occasionally does explosives. I set up a drop. I show up.
And who's to blame for the 90s Joey Lawrence haircut?
Out of nowhere. Junky pricks hit me with a bat. It feels like I got a friggin' horse kicking it. Those cocksuckers
beat me rotten, let me
Cocksucker!
I had to crawl to my car, crawl my ass up here. The vamp blood's the only thing holding me together. But shit, they got the money, they got the astrolite. Right, you're straight off the bus. Those small-time sons of bitches live out in a dump on the beach.
Oh, right, I have to go to the beach house and go kill them all.
Alexander Ferris.
Gotta get it back from him. Maybe reason with him.
I did not get the shot. I did not.
One more thing. About the deal. I mean it. You tell anyone about this, I'm dead. I'm begging you. I got a way of getting people what they need.
All right. What's he need again?
Going back to the beginning of the
I
stream.
need a weapon. Get weapon. We need a sound clip of that.
Critical Orc Theory. With our 8 Corsairs, we can keep this Minas Tirith shutdown going forever. Wait, why are the voting on Ghost Republican lines?
Let's see here.
Scott Fisher, Nick Fuentes talking about the Alamo is comical. Amateur Hour.
I mean, is that any more comical than a Latino guy talking about white nationalism all the livelong day? I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys. But I try to get all my white nationalism lectures from dudes whose surname is Fuentes. I don't know.
Amateur Hour. Hey man, love from Ireland. Hey, how you doing?
Godspeed. Hey.
Intrinsic
He's actually
Dirt.
twirling a shillelagh right now.
I like Vic Davis. Hansen's takes seems reasonable.
I haven't seen any of his recent takes on what's been going on with this kind of weird, feels manufactured divide. I also note there's some peculiar lack of observational skills from people who pride themselves on observational skills. I remember Jack Posobiec, for example, making a tweet around the time he got COVID. He got over it, and he said, if I could best describe how COVID feels, and I agree with this, by the way, I would be in accord with this. If I could best describe how it feels to have COVID, the word I would use is artificial. But for some reason, he doesn't seem to observe any artificiality in what's been going on with this sudden divide over a bunch of issues that aren't recent. They're not recent preoccupations, yet suddenly they've just exploded all at once. At the same time that the algorithm on both YouTube and Twitter seems to be recommending a bunch of stuff out of the blue that they were actively suppressing for a really, really long time, and just happens to help drive the wedge on a key driving point issue between certain items of the right and the MAGA coalition that they have been trying to divide for years. That's a coinky of a ding-dong-dink. But nothing artificial about that. Again, this is different from excusing unforced errors by Trump, which admittedly exist. But I do not believe his unforced errors incited. Ridiculous.
And Jegstein, oh god. If you were forced to be a vamp or a werewolf, which would you pick? I'd pick werewolf because they're just cursed. Vampires usually sell their souls.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. It depends on your werewolf myth. But I would probably go vampire, I guess. All right, here we go. Especially if they're the fruity World of Darkness werewolves, where they're worshipping Gaia and worshipping nature, and they're hairy hippies. All right. It's Riddle, Carnival of Death.
Mercenary X Funny Thin Dems got nothing for voting to reopen.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that because we didn't have an offensive.
Oh yeah,
but...
they cucked completely.
Oh yeah,
the
got
Democrats
fucked.
got absolutely nothing. Trump just scored one of the biggest victories of either of his presidencies with the way that shutdown resolved. But you would think that he has taken 20 L's in a row, the way that some people are talking on social media. It is wild. It's very AstroTurf. Again, doesn't mean he hasn't made mistakes. I think most of his mistakes, though, have been
optics.
Mistakes of optics. I don't think it's been concretized mistakes that he's made for the most part. It's just been saying stupid shit, floating stupid ideas, like he does periodically. And he has since 2015. I mean, let's talk about one
No, you're not sticking your metal penis in me, and you're not going to inject your poisonous semen into me. But I now know you're saying I have no right to not be raped by Bill Gates' metal pecker.
Let's talk about a consistently retarded statement that Trump has made since 2015. And he has not recanted it, although he hasn't mentioned it in a while. Repeal and replace. Who the hell wants Obamacare replaced? There isn't one metric by which our healthcare system wasn't cheaper and higher quality in 2007, the year before Obamacare, than after, than it is today. If you could think back to how your healthcare was in 2007, I guarantee there's not one person in the chat who doesn't remember it being better in 07 in every demonstrable way than it is today. The only improvement is that everyone has been forced at gunpoint, basically, to have insurance. So there's more people who are covered. But their coverage is shittier in every conceivable way. It's like Winston Churchill, you know, socialism's the gospel of envy, and its only abiding merit is the equal sharing of misery. That's Obamacare. That's Obamacare. Ocean House Hotel. I think it's directly north. Okay. It's hard to get your bearings because you don't have a compass. But I'm going to try going up. Y'all.
Stormcrow.
I can't open this. I think this is where you get to the hotel, correct? Yeah.
Y'all talk about Steam hardware yet? No, we haven't. I think Valve isn't going after Xbox. I think they're going after Windows.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. The thing about Steam is they're very... They either get a royal flush or they bust. There's no in-between with Steam and their hardware.
All I know is that shit's gonna be expensive.
Yeah, but what isn't? Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead, eat you. Okay, I'm gonna go back down in the sewer. Aren't there rats? Where's rats?
Angela
Can I feed
Rose.
on rats?
Ever read The Master and the Margarita? We got this question last week,
You
I
sure?
think. Yeah.
I don't remember it.
An interesting anti-atheist, anti-Soviet Union fantasy. Sadly censored until much after the fall of SU Russia.
Ah. No, I do not recall that. It's always cool when you read a really early example of what today would be genre fiction. You know a good example of that? Have you ever read The Last Man?
No, I'm not familiar.
Mary Shelley's other big book other than Frankenstein. It is basically the first post-apocalyptic novel. It was written in the 18 teens. So, like, Victorian post-apocalyptic. It's good stuff. Kind of like how War of the Worlds is this alien invasion story, and then it's written in the late 19th century.
It is interesting, like, what in that book ends the world?
All right. Let's see here. Well, you'll just have to read it, Taryn. Of course, they've tried to adapt it before. I believe the shitty Will Smith I Am Legend was based on that. Can I get in that parking garage? I think I can. It's tough being fugly.
Jegstein, oh god. I use Dracula and Wolfman rules. All else is fanfic.
Ooh. Nice.
And Sonic Boomers.
Nope, wrong one.
To defend repeal and replace, I really think Trump expected to get stalled at the replace part. He thinks lip service of replacing is good optics.
Probably, but I think he still would have made an attempt to replace it. And we don't need an attempt to replace it. We need to get rid of it. You don't... Thomas Sowell had the best quote about this. Had the best quote. When you cut out a tumor, what do you replace it with?
I heard something similar. You don't replace cancer with more cancer. Earlier, we got a 50 from Mr. Reese. Thank you very much. Joke time.
Here it is.
What did the Grim Reaper say to the former vice president?
I don't know.
Dick!
Oh, man. Hold on. I have that queued up. I do. Oh, shoot. It froze. No, I don't know why it froze. But whatever.
Because he tabbed out.
I don't know, not the game. Alright.
Critical orc theory.
Through that chain link gate and up those stairs.
What are you, my tutorial?
Those men you are looking for. Never mind. You wouldn't understand.
No one understands. Not even my dad. Parents just don't understand.
Critical orc
It's a
theory.
very Will Smith stream for some reason.
Hassan, send in your warg shockers.
Alright, there we go.
Dustin the Grim. Thoughts on Ed Ferrara? We talk about Vinnie Mac and Russo, but I feel Ed Ferrara doesn't get mentioned nearly enough.
Yeah, he's good. It's just because he's kept a low profile for a while. Vince Russo has all the praise in the world for him, obviously. He had written television and movies and books and stuff, and he even wound up working a little bit for Florida Championship Wrestling. After, you know, the death of WCW. But I think Ed Ferrara was really good. You know, I think that was a good team. I think you needed... The best creative structure is you need a dictatorship for creative. In pro wrestling, we're talking about now. You need a dictatorship. So Vince Russo was the dictator. But every dictator has a number two. And they were of one mind. They had similar sensibilities. And they both had a crazy work ethic. So Ed Ferrara was the ideal guy to be the number two to Vince Russo. He wasn't just getting coffee for the guy. He was genuinely contributing. I think that's why that sort of creative marriage worked. Today, dude, watch that shitty reality show thing they put up. What was that called? WWE... Whatever that reality show was where they went behind the scenes and showed you the writer's room of modern WWE. There's like 10 people there. And half of them haven't even felt a tit.
The Engaged Few, welcome back. Wasn't I Am Legend a remake of the Omega Man? starring Charlton Heston.
And I think the Omega Man might have been... I'd have to look it up.
Was a remake of The Last Man on Earth starring Vincent Price, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so it was based on the Mary Shelley book. But it's like the first post-apocalyptic novel, really, and rarely gets name-dropped. It should. It should. It was excoriated when it came out. When that book dropped, they raked Mary Shelley over the coals for it. Oh, this is improbable. Oh, this is retarded. Oh, this is ridiculous. What an improbable premise. How'd that age?
Of what? The world ending?
Yeah. Nice. Ooh, baseball bat.
Kestrel. Imagine you were so foogly that becoming a Nosferatu was an improvement.
Yes, I can imagine being Michelle Obama.
An alabaster scarf. It's a shame Trump isn't running in 2028.
I did laugh rereading the Dark Ages source book. I posted it on social media, but the Nosferatu favor embracing Jews.
Oh my god, what?
Because Nosferatu don't exactly, they're not the top of the vampire food chain, right?
I'm not gonna stand here and listen to you badmouth the greatest democracy the world has ever known.
They're not exactly the top of the vampire food chain, so they have to take what they can get. And in the Middle Ages, I think the Vampire Dark Ages takes place in the 12th century, I think. Jews were stateless, right? So they don't have a government to protect them. They don't have magistrates. They don't have, like, their own kings and shit. So if they go missing, nobody really gives a shit. They do the same for gypsies, although the Ravnos, they've got the gypsies locked down. Oh, balls!
Hey, hold it.
Hey! You better! Cricket? Nobody understands cricket. You gotta know what a crumpet is to understand cricket. Ah! Oh! Jose Canseco back! Tell me you didn't pay money for this. Oh! How do you... Oh, there it is! That's right. If you move the mouse in different directions, it does different attacks. I have some combat prowess, but I am rapidly heading for death. Okay.
Alabaster scarf.
Can I, not die? Oh, I should have done the blood buff.
It's a shame Trump isn't running in 2028.
Man, you're amateur.
Yeah,
Hey, my first mission, and...
He could use Epstein's hatred of him as a sort of reverse endorsement.
Well, I mean, it seems like that's already kind of happened without his help. The Democratic Party just completely self-owned on the Epstein stuff, which, I tried to tell you guys. Trump was an informant on Epstein. The likelihood of him being incriminated in them was really low. But there are people on our own side, quote unquote, who were leftists 5 minutes ago, who have just taken the pedo Trump narrative and run with it. Because they're cranky about one wish list item or another that they're not getting, or because Trump's not a single issue asshat like they are. If it ain't Israel or the Middle East, they don't give a fuck. And the idea that that kind of person can be America first is laughable. America first? You define America first by centuries-old blood feud, thousands of miles distant from American shores? Is that what I'm getting from this? And if you're merely indifferent on the conflict, you're accused of supporting Israel. That's where we're at. I have never even vaguely supported or express the faintest support for Israel. But if you just don't fall in line, that's enough. It's clown shit. It's clown shit, and it's artificial, too. All right, here we go.
Aquatarius, thanks for the 25. Ooh. Dad got 4 jabs for his work in from 2020 to 2023.
Oh my gosh.
And now he's getting visibly weaker every month. Because just be retirement or could be the big C. If he passes from the latter, my resulting violence would be biblical. I understand, man.
Astrolite! There we go. At least it's not Astroglide. What is... That's cocaine.
Welcome, RazörForce. You're a big, beautiful audience. So vast. Razor, you're doing an excellent job at the game. The greatest.
Not really.
Maybe I do a bit better. I don't know.
You would.
Taryn, you're wonderful. Keep it up. If you'll excuse me, I have to go deport Dora. She's explored too much. She has to go back.
Before I read that, I'm gonna let Razor do his thing.
What?
Are you stuck on the vent?
I'm stuck on the vent. This engine is a thing. It's a scene, man.
I'll read this one first. Fati Gaming.
Oh, hey. Thanks for the money.
You're too late.
200
and you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people
in a body bag.
You said heavy metal mag after 2016 isn't worth collecting.
Definitely not.
What do you think of the 2025 relaunch?
Haven't read a lot of it, but it looks like they have a better idea of what heavy metal is. Grant Morrison is a loony leftist drug addict, okay? He thinks that heavy metal was all about drug culture because he was introduced to it by, in all likelihood, his damn drug dealer. Let's be real, okay? So he completely mistook what heavy metal is about. Heavy metal's primarily about mainland European comics and no limitations. It's all about bande dessinée and all of the influences attendant to that. And so all that stuff thrown into a great big bucket, it seemed like druggy culture, I'm sure, to a random Bolshevik Brit bong like Grant Morrison. But to everyone else, everyone on mainland Europe, it was just, oh, cool. It's another Mobius comic. It's another Bilal comic. It's kind of like, for any weebs who might be watching, it's kind of like if some douchebag in the 80s was introduced to New Type magazine by his pot dealer. And from that day on, he decided that New Type was a psychedelic magazine. And suddenly hired a bunch of manga artists that were all about, like, acid trips and shit. Like, that's what Grant Morrison did to heavy metal. And the sales fell off a cliff. And with good reason. Then Mark Waid took over Humanoids and, oh man, drove it directly into the Earth's core. Now Humanoids is dead. I don't even think it exists anymore. So, Godspeed to the new relaunch. They unblocked Nerdrotic. The former management had blocked Nerdrotic because he had pointed out how shitty the Grant Morrison comics were. Because it's only the truth. And the new management unblocked him. So that's a point in their favor. Got him. Got him. Jeez. How many people are here?
And he finishes up
Oh
with,
man, I should have just. Oh well.
I've liked the first 3 issues, but I have some gripes. Zohan. What do you think of the other systems White Wolf made aside from Vampire the Masquerade? I really liked Mummy.
I haven't played Wraith, I haven't played Mummy, and I haven't played Mage. Didn't they also have Hunter? And then I am of the opinion they kind of lost the plot when they jumped into Vampire Requiem, and they turned it into just a bland, flavorless mass called World of Darkness. I think they kind of lost the plot, personally. I get what they were going for. Vampire the Tabletop got very combat heavy, which doesn't, you wouldn't think Vampire the Masquerade would be a heavy combat game. But it is. If you play the tabletop, 90% of the time, it ends in a fight. It's funny. You think it's a social game and a storytelling game, but it really does turn into combat a lot. So they were trying to kind of take that away. They didn't want it to be a battle game. They wanted it to be a vampire role-playing game. I get that. I get what they were going for. Some of the changes, though, were just stupid. People liked their clans. So taking the qualities of certain clans and giving it to others and distilling it down to, what was it, like 4 or 5 clans, just removing over half of the clans in existence, that was gayer than sex between 2 dudes. It was not fun. I did, however, like what they did with Werewolf. Because the Apocalypse, I liked the game system, but I didn't like the backstory. The Gaia, Nature Warriors, Planeteers bullshit was always really strained and stupid. It never felt right for werewolves. It just didn't feel right. And, so it was cool and a welcome change when they had a werewolf game that was a little more occult. I am of the opinion that if you have a werewolf mythology, like, to me, I don't know how you feel about this, Taryn, you should actually give your thoughts on, like, werewolves, but, like, if you watch The Wolfman with Lon Chaney Jr., and that scene with Bela Lugosi, and, all that stuff, where he's in the gypsy's parlor and she shows him the pentagram on his hand. To me, like, that's all occult. That's the mythology of werewolves. It's not nature worshipping, tree humping faggotry.
No, it's a curse. It's everything I've ever seen of werewolves it's a curse.
Yeah, and I think Werewolf the Apocalypse, as cool as it is, misses that boat pretty hard. The later system was cooler in that sense. But by then they had kind of ruined World of Darkness, so it sort of didn't matter. All right. Here we go. We got the Astrolite. Let's head on over to Mercurio. Is he this way or that way?
N-word F-slur.
Hey, it's a whore. Hi, whore.
What is scary, disgusting, and pathetic all at once? 2 vampires are fighting over a tampon.
Duh.
HT Arcade, will America first exceed MAGA with the right?
What?
That's the way he phrased it.
All right, here we go.
I think it's just basically, is MAGA gonna win? Like, America first gonna win? And I say yes.
All right, here we go.
Yeah? Did you? Good. Great. Hope... Oh, you're a lifesaver. I might have to buy some new kidneys with this. That Astrolite? Twice as powerful as TNT.
More powerful than a locomotive. Able to do tall buildings in a single bound.
A warehouse. Looks to be a Sabbat interest.
Sabbat. What's a Sabbat? A killer band.
You haven't been doing this too long, have you? The Sabbat, as I understand it, are your typical power-hungry movie monsters. They specialize in causing grief. I've tangled with
Have
their
you
life,
seen a
I
little
tell you.
girl around here? Short, black hair, 7 years old?
He does kind of look like Harry a little bit.
I heard a lot about that operation. Oh, I'd love to get in there, get my hands on the equipment they've been unloading. But it'd be there's a guy. I never met him, but I heard a lot about him. His name is Tongue. Bertram Tongue.
Tracer Tongue.
If there's anyone who knows more than me about this city, it's him. Tongue's lying low because of Therese. Therese Vorman, you know her? Anyway, word is Therese and Tongue are feuding. I don't know the details. Mike takes that Tongue thinks he's about to get whacked, so he's gone underground. If you want to put that warehouse into orbit anytime soon...
We gotta blow up a warehouse.
She and her sister Jeanette, they run the asylum. Some freaky customers frequent that place.
Okay.
Who exactly? What's to tell? Right, you're straight off the... Who exactly? She's the woman around here. Power player. Nice looking broad for a dead chick, but personality...
Nice looking broad for a dead chick.
Therese I don't like, but I can respect her. Jeanette's different. I don't know what to make of her. She's a little, you know, in the head. I don't know. Therese is, well, like you. And I would think so's Jeanette. But I hear rumors about her. Alright, Jeanette got a body built for bedrooms. And I got close acquaintances says they conquered that territory. But I asked the main man and he says you types, you know, can't or don't or do that kind of thing. Anyway, whatever she is, I hear Jeanette's a wild girl. Who exactly?
Okay.
I don't know him myself. Yeah, if you could... Oh, something just started leaking. I need something for the pain.
They make the pens for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just gonna lay there and bleed on the couch?
Just gonna lay there and bleed.
Viewer newest with that 100 earlier, thank you.
Yo, Godspeed.
Civil War question.
What's up?
If Robert Lee had been captured at Gettysburg, combined with Grant's siege of Vicksburg, giving the Union control of the Mississippi River,
yeah,
could that 1-2 punch brought the Confederates to the table sooner? Game on and Godspeed.
Well, I don't think the Civil War by that point was a question of the Confederates being willing to negotiate. The Confederates had tried to send a peace commission before the war even, or in the opening stages of the war, and Lincoln refused to see them. And it was only later in the war, after the Confederacy, the tide had turned against the Confederacy and they were now losing. They had been in the driver's seat for a while, and then they started losing, and now all of a sudden Lincoln was willing to talk to the Confederate Peace Commission. So they met on a boat. There's an unbelievable book that I recommend on this subject called... Let me grab it. I've recommended it before, and I'm laughing because the title is What Shall We Do with the Negro? And it's all about the negotiations about that, and about the concessions that Lincoln was willing to make, and really shed some light on Abraham Lincoln, the Emancipator, because he basically lays out in that meeting, hey, I really don't care if any slaves are freed. If you guys come back into the Union right now, lay down your arms right now, you'll have the votes to prevent the Emancipation Amendment from passing, and not a single slave will be freed, and we won't really care. So if Lincoln got his way in that meeting, not a single slave would have been freed. But the Confederacy they were not amenable to those terms. Just lay your weapons down and just hand over all the territory. They believed they were a sovereign nation. The entire war was fought because Lincoln refused to acknowledge that their secession was allowed via the Constitution. Well, not allowed via the Constitution, but these states had been taken in under the understanding that they were sovereign states that had created the federal government.
Parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your drivel?
I need some better stealth here. Oh, not quite enough. No? Yeah, not quite enough. Oh, it costs 6. Okay, that makes sense. What about this? How much? That costs 6. Cost 3. Initial costs.
I'll read this one and then go back to the beginning and read the earlier ones from the beginning of this stream. Brandon Whitley, thank you for the 20. A lib crashed out at me at the gym cause the shutdown was caused by GOP. The next day they announced the vote to open and 6 Dems conceded. I just had...
It was a win. It was a win for Trump, and the right now are snatching that victory away from Trump, and I believe some of them are doing it on purpose. Like, it's not like Tucker Carlson did an entire episode going, holy shit, the Democrats cucked out completely and didn't get a single thing they were asking for. Did he do that? No, he just kept going back and forth with, what's he talking about now? Ben Shapiro? Dude, talk about retard fights. Fucking, I put out my rant the other day, which, by the way, didn't even mention Shapiro. Actually, it did mention Shapiro. I shit on Shapiro in that video. And I got accused of taking Ben's side in that. I literally made fun of Ben in that damn video, right? I've been shitting on Ben since before Nick Fuentes had a fucking podcast, right? You guys know, watch my earliest videos. I was shitting on Ben since the moment we opened our channel. Every short joke I told for like a 10-year period was about Ben Shapiro. I don't think I have to justify that. But it's like, did you guys even pause for a moment to give Trump credit for literally backing the Democratic Party down on every count, despite having absolutely no help from his own party at all? Trump literally engaged in a game of chicken and won it all by himself. That is a W, and a sizable W. The kind of W that Republicans didn't get under prior leadership. Again, I recommend you go look at the whole John Boehner shutdown, the multiple shutdowns under Obama, and all that. Where Obama wound up looking like a conquering king, and Republicans wound up crying on television. And I'm not making shit up. They were literally weeping on television over that shutdown. That was the GOP before Trump. Now what's happened? You completely reversed the roles. You just got handed a W, and you're too busy talking about an Israeli-Palestinian conflict that isn't even hot anymore, or what is happening this week. Who even knows? Are they in their 20th ceasefire? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck cares, more importantly? Who cares? It's a civil war between Pharisees and Philistines. Get Nick Fuentes' micro crank out of your ass. What on earth was that? Was that Shadow People? Did you see that?
No.
He like phased through a car and then the wall. That's some freaky shit. That's some coast to coast AM shit. Okay, well, that was weird. I hope I didn't hallucinate that. All right, well. Okay, the asylum's over here, actually. Let's go. Let's go. Okay.
Brandon Whitley, a lib crashed out. I just had a huge smile when he walked in and he just looked away and scurried on. Shaggy Rogers book reviews. Been playing Vampire the Masquerade 1 for a few years now and absolutely love it. I usually play a Bruja or Gangrel.
Yeah. Gangrel's one of my favorite clans. For sure.
I'm not really sure.
Could I get away with feeding the need, you think?
I'm not really sure what this is, but Blackjack, your take on the MTG Giota Split.
Everything's computer. What's up?
MTG Giota.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, okay.
What about it?
And GEOTUS Split. I don't know what that is.
Take you to the bank, Senator Trent. To the blood bank.
Perfect super chat. Thank you. I had just seen that Marjorie Taylor Greene put a video statement out, but it was a relatively innocuous statement. It wasn't anything particularly scintillating. Was there something more recent, maybe that happened around the time of the beginning of our stream or something that I missed?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Yes, I was also making the same mistake, guys. It's not Magic the Gathering. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Nerd! Meanwhile, I'm talking about a tabletop RPG I'll stream. Let me into the asylum. Don't stop me just because I'm ugly. I mean, come on, this is LA. This is totally normal.
God Emperor of the United States? So what?
Well,
Trump?
Marjorie Taylor Greene is... You see this. Take Israel out of it. If a senator or a representative or someone who has greater political aspirations than their current station finds an issue that is like their issue, they roll with it, right? They roll with it. Often to an obnoxious degree. I saw Rand Paul make the stupidest fucking statement yesterday. What the hell was it? And it was one of those kind of things. Like a stupid ass issue nobody cares about right now. It's like, Rand, shut the fuck up. That's the feeling I get when I hear Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about PACs and Israeli PACs. And do I want Israeli politicians bribing our politicians? No, absolutely not. But they're like, Israel's like barely in the top 20 for countries that bribe our politicians, and AI PAC is even lower than that. It's like she found an issue that's sexy online right now, and she's just working it like a pommel horse. Like, that's really more so what it's about.
Ooh,
Whoa!
What do we have here? Another scrumptious young plaything straight out of life and into my club? You smell new, little boy. Like fabric softer dew on freshly mowed astroturf.
Glad dew was spelled D-E-W. All right. What the hell's your problem? Well, she's Malkavian.
Oh, I was just thinking about this delicious little pancake who came into my club and wasn't so sweet because he was soaked in vinegar.
Remember when blonde chicks could have pigtails and it wasn't a Harley Quinn cosplay? Remember that? It was in the before times.
I'm the finger down
Before Arkham.
Yes.
The name on all the
7 years old.
When I pout, the whole world tries to make me smile. And everyone always wants to know who is that girl.
Janet Jackson.
I am Jeanette. And this bit of chaos crammed in a certifiable
You know-
giggle is my club. I just love to give you funny feelings all night, sweetheart, but I really must trouble with some business. We'll reunite sweet and soon, I promise.
You ever meet a Jeanette that wasn't crazy?
Nope.
Nope. Me either.
Every single one.
Me either.
They killed the Giggler!
Where are you going? Pathing issues. Oh, I see. That retard Davey Havoc got in her way there. Copyrighted music.
Oh.
So, it's okay. We have a VOD channel. Britney Spears. Yeah, Tim Burton character. Fantastic.
Dillybot, thanks for that 50 earlier. Playing as Gandhi in Civ 6 and sending the world into nuclear hellfire makes me giggle.
Nice!
Anyways, love your work. Would love to pick your brains about the history of video games and the current state of the industry and where it's going. Godspeed.
Godspeed. About where gaming is going? Off a cliff. I think the industry is even more fucked than a lot of people are even saying. When I did my little video talking about how, you know, years ago the industry hit an iceberg, like 2010 or so, 2009, 2010, and never recovered from it. I mean that. It did not recover from it. Sales did, but the wounds it sustained never healed. They just kind of put a Band-Aid on it. They started cutting fat, right? Like, oh, well, we'll stop selling a game box. We'll stop putting an instruction manual in there. We'll do this. We'll do that. We'll chop pieces out of the game and sell it later on as DLC. Like, all these scams, all these shell games and Ponzi schemes to try and continue making money, even though the economics of video games had plummeted off a cliff. And now here we are in 2025, and they're finally having to raise prices. This is an acknowledgement that I was correct all the way back in 2010, right? The economics of video games were broken. They're still broken. They have not gotten any less broken. They just put a bunch of Band-Aids. DLC, loot boxes, microtransactions. These were all scams, guys, to avoid confronting the simple fact that the industry hit a scheissberg in 2010 because their economics didn't work anymore. So here's a bunch of get-rich-quick schemes that we'll just rely on increasingly until we cannot do it anymore. We are now in 2025 reaching the cannot do it anymore phase. And you're starting to see companies go under or get gobbled up by big holding companies like Embracer. That's where the industry's heading. Darren, you have any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, you summed it up pretty well right there.
What is this?
Angela Rose, any recommendations on anti-communist or anti-Soviet Union games?
Fallout 3, unintentionally. Gosh.
Do the Metro games count?
Shoot, GoldenEye.
Yeah, GoldenEye.
Shoot, Command and Conquer. Although they kind of make them sexy. Trying to think. Karen, can you think of any games like that? It's one of those tip of the tongue things. Like I feel like.
Well, I mean, if you want to consider something like Atomic Heart, where, you know, the Soviet Union tries to become, you know, a step-up civilization, and they fuck it up, and...
Soviets fuck it up? What?
Yeah.
What?
There are plenty of games out there where it's like, oh, it's Soviet Union, but things went horribly wrong.
Right. Yeah, when they became the Soviet Union.
Yeah, like Stalker... Atomic Heart, you know, just lots of failures of the Soviet Union. But not specifically anti-communist that I can think of. Detroit Otaku.
That's the thing. Wouldn't it be wild if we had an alternate reality where freaking... I mean, look, Nazis are great villains in games. I will never complain about killing Nazis in games. They're fun bad guys. Everybody, I think even Nazis... unironic Nazis would acknowledge that their Nazis are fun to kill in video games. But so are commies. Like, there needs to be as many commies to kill in video games as Nazis. We should have a 50-50 split. Because they're both bad guys.
What?
You next up for the needle? Huh? Your donation could save a life, you know. Oh. But isn't it a little late for altruism?
I don't think you're here to give blood at all. I don't buy it, Jack.
Jack?
I bet you're here to take blood. Am I right?
Shut up, Titus.
They all come in here with that same nonchalant...
Ha 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 ha!
That is him, isn't it?
100%.
Do you think you're the first vampire to try and come in here to buy blood? Honestly.
I don't want to.
If you have to...
Show me your moves.
Detroit Otaku, I think the real reason why Tucker was fired from Fox News was because of his relationship with Hunter Biden, which he didn't disclose. No, I'm not making that up.
No, I had heard about that.
Yeah, something worth looking into.
Yeah, I had absolutely heard about that. I should go to the pawn shop, actually.
Oh, no, wouldn't like that. Wouldn't like that, Queen Bitch. Queen Bitch would say no to that. Mustn't do it, mustn't do it, must do it. Yes.
Donald Duck.
I'm just going to walk over here now.
Trump just withdrew his endorsement for MTG tonight.
I mean, she's been spurging at him long enough. What the hell? You stick the knife in enough times, what do you expect, bitch? She wanted a grandstand. I don't blame him. I doubt he'll work against her, but you don't just talk shit about someone from dawn to damn dusk, claim he's a pedo and hiding the Epstein files. Then he drops the Epstein files. Do you recant? Do you shut up about it? No. She's got no one but herself to blame. Like, I just see Marjorie Taylor Greene as a little bit of a blowhard. I think she's largely harmless. But, you know, you get these one-issue wonders who have kind of a dog with a bone and they just kind of ride it. And that's her right now.
I do wonder.
What's up?
About this whole split on the right thing.
Uh-huh.
Just an observation from where I'm sitting. What if it's just the opportunists of the party? Trump's on his way out. He's not going to have another term.
Right.
What if they're trying to, quote-unquote, build their careers around him? Like, being the anti-Trump. Being like, oh, I'm more MAGA than him. Or,
yeah, I mean,
I know the real issues. Shit like that.
There's an element of that in some of the more libertarian, you know, the Massies and the Rand. There's an element of that for sure in some of those guys. I don't think that's the case with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she was kind of a blowhard from the very beginning. I mean, even a lot of us who agreed with her on most issues kind of acknowledged she was sort of... She reminds me of like a really loud PTA mom. You know?
Yeah.
Not always correct, but never in doubt. You know what I mean?
Good evening. Nice work on the face there. I got a friend.
And so when she gets kind of a pet issue, she just sort of rolls with it.
Not my thing, but I can appreciate it. Nice job with the ears there, especially. That's right, dude.
Okay.
All right, here's what we got today.
What's this? Computers for Grandma. Love it. Grandma! Ooh. I can sell my watch.
Stormcrow. Hey, how come 20 years old?
Oh, this is problematic. Are you ready for this? Pill bottle. Estrogen. Caution. Do not take if male. Cancelled. Shut it down.
How come 20-year-old facial animations can show more emotions than modern-day mocap?
I know. I do have to say, that's one area Bloodlines 2 is not bad with. Really, of all the problems with that game, presentation is not an issue. It kind of gets the World of Darkness aesthetic. Facial animations in conversations. I mean, it's a mixed bag, but for the most part, they're okay, at least on the player character. Like, I feel like all the vapid stuff, all the sort of shallow aesthetic stuff, Bloodlines 2 pretty much nails. Sometimes really, really well. But that's about all it does right.
I'm not skipping anybody. I'm going back to the beginning of the stream like I've been trying to do and reading some of those. Let's see.
Get a lockpick.
Alexander Ferris, metal on. Make vampires evil again.
Yes. Yes, please.
Ryu.
Why I love the Nosferatu.
You play Ninja Gaiden 4 yet? And what do you think? If you have.
I haven't. I've been trying to finish a playthrough of one of the previous Ninja Gaiden games before I mess with it. Okay, I don't have enough to...
Hung Nguyen, haven't touched X for a week. Tell me what I've missed.
Nothing, really.
What's this Epstein
kind
thing?
of just one continuous controversy after another, and the only inviolable, unchangeable aspect is the two groups that don't like each other are fighting about it. They'll just take opposing sides on whatever the issue is. Nothing is more emblematic of this than this stupid Babylon Bee thing. Like, what in the hell? It was a joke about Israeli beepers. Like, if you're going to get mad about that, I've told way edgier jokes about Israeli beepers at this point.
Don't bring up the burritos again. You know what happened last time.
Don't bring up Burrito Mussolini.
Yeah, Scab, no shit, I know. I get to those eventually. There's like...
Calm down! Just go.
Fuck all of you.
Read them.
I'll read them in whatever goddamn order I want. Anyway.
Let's see if I can find a pill bottle here. I'm going to check Amy Winehouse's purse.
The whole Epstein thing just boggles my mind. Because the email that they're freaking out over about, in it says, Epstein said...
Epstein didn't like Trump.
That dog don't bark, and Trump isn't biting, or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, and that they're freaking out because, oh, he brought up Epstein, or he brought up Trump.
Yep.
Trump was over at his house
100%.
with one of the girls. And it's like, did you not read the fucking email? It says he's not biting. It says you put him in the house with one of your girls, and he's not taking the bait.
And he doesn't give a shit. Yeah. Absolutely, 100%. It was a compromat op. We all agreed that was likely what was going on. The question is, on behalf of who? Himself, a third party. We know Ghislaine Maxwell has connections to Mossad, Shin Bet, and MI6 through Robert Maxwell. So is it one of those entities? All of those entities? Is he just bragging on his connections? And
Hey, you!
Ooh. Actually, try that again. I'm breaking into the hospital because I need to find pain pills for this retard.
As your nightmare. Then there's me. No repeats. What were you saying?
All right, there we go.
I don't want you to lose your place.
No, I was just saying was Epstein working on behalf of those third parties, or was he exaggerating his connections in order to build his station and make himself seem like a bigger deal than he was, right? There's a lot of different ways that it could be. My issue is confirmation bias has so thoroughly set in at this point. Like, there are some people who will not accept any explanation, no matter how well sourced and proven, if it does not accord with their preconceived notions. All right. Ooh. Is anyone around? Is anyone around? There we go.
You should mod in a sound of a straw.
Right.
Cost Lego Man, thanks for the stream. Well, thank you for showing up.
Thank you. Thanking me for playing a great game.
Kevin Spears' opinion on new Megadeth. For the final album? I haven't heard it.
Here's what we got today.
Nor have I.
Black Metal
I'm
Gamer.
wondering what the deal is with the retirement. Dave Mustaine had a cancer scare a while back, and he's not looking Good. And I'm wondering if something else is going on with him, and that's why Megadeth is calling it a career. I hope not. But he is looking very haggard. Yeah, right there.
Black Metal Gamer. All X is just bots and tribalism arguments. Cringe.
Yeah, it's rough. I have friends who have sworn off X, people with huge accounts, who they're just done. They don't go on Blue Sky or anything. They just don't post on X anymore. They're just done. And I don't blame them. It's an absolute shit show. There's a lot, and the algorithm is all over the place. I see people with million-plus follower accounts, and sometimes they'll make a post, and it's no worse than their normal stuff. You know, it's maybe a funny one-liner or whatever, and nothing. Absolutely nothing. But then some cringy Candace post will just shoot to the moon. All right, there we go.
Detroit Otaku.
That's a level 4. That's not going to work. Can I upgrade yet?
Any thoughts on the potential MLB lockout occurring after the 2026 season? Should MLB have a salary cap and/or floor?
That I do wonder. Man, this I know the ratings were pretty good for this World Series. I mean, it went to a Game 7. It was 2 big teams. You know, 2 big markets. I mean, the Blue Jays and the Dodgers. But the Dodgers bought themselves a World Series. And it's rough for everybody else in baseball. Because like everything that we used to say in the 90s about the Yankees, just buying World Series and shit, all those things that were kind of exaggerations at the time are objectively true about the Dodgers. They're just straight up buying every big free agent, outbidding every other team, and they can't even compete. So I wonder if there's maybe not another way to skin the cat other than a salary cap. Because really, why are the Dodgers able to do that? You have to like analyze why that is. And it's basically because they sell a shitload of merchandise. It's basically what it is. They sell a lot of baseball caps. They sell a lot of jerseys. All the companies that you constantly see baseball caps of, they're the ones who are winding up in the World Series every year. I wonder why. Because they have a shitload of spending money. So maybe instead of a salary cap, MLB could handle merchandising money different. So that it's like a separate fund. Hey, it's still yours. You can still use it to improve your facility, improve your team, blah, blah, blah. But you can't just spend it all on the best players. Maybe that's just a long-winded way of saying funky pseudo-salary cap, but just some other way to handle this so that whoever sells the most shirts doesn't win the World Series every year. Because it's cringe, and it's dull, and it's repetitive. All right. What the hell was that? The wall was beeping at me.
Snacks, not looking forward to talking with AI Grandma, and she won't shut up about Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid! Yeah, no shit. Sir?
Master Smith, first time catching you live. Hey, welcome.
Hey, Godspeed. Welcome to the Vampire the Masquerading.
Hail from an active duty Navy guy.
Yo.
No idea what to say. Skippity bop.
He's scatting.
Give Cicero pets for me. He's over on his bed sleeping. Read that.
Ooh. What?
Hey, you!
What? I didn't do anything.
Except be ugly.
Oh, right. I'm a Nosferatu. Let me eat you. There we go. Get in my belly!
M308 gunner. Kind of salty about the lack of save points in Legacy of Kain.
In Legacy of Kain, what?
And Legacy of Kain 2. What were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
Also, best version of Silent Hill 2. There's a bunch available on GOG and not sure which.
Oh man. The remake is pretty good, although I haven't gotten all the way through it yet.
Yeah, we need to keep going on.
Yeah, we wanted to continue our streams on that. But so the remake is good, but I do think it lacks something that the original had. They're basically get the normal Silent Hill 2, not the one from the HD collection years ago. That one sucks. And then grab the fan-made HD and glitch fix and all that CD crack mod. There's like an all-in-one mod out there that you can get, and it'll run at high resolutions and all that fun stuff. You'll have to do a little bit of tweaking and a little bit of technomancy, but after you're done doing that, that's the best version of the game, for sure. On PC, anyway. My personal favorite version of Silent Hill 2, by the way, is on Xbox. The Restless Dreams with the director's cut and all the additional content, and it runs at a nice high resolution. It looks good.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a good version of the game. Maybe obfuscate. Let's try it.
Jax Dino God, whichever party promises to ban YouTube AI slop wins.
From your lips to God's ears.
So, Han, why don't we ever see Cicero on stream? You do.
Yeah, you do.
You gotta watch in the background. Sometimes he'll just walk by.
Sometimes I'll hit the shock color button. He'll pop right up.
But, you know, Cicero always knows his place. Let me just reach over here. Sea Striker, I feel we have this blustering about Antifa, but what's being done about them? And it seems like the right still has their thumbs up their asses about nonsense. Don't want to be a pessimist.
Oh, the game glitched. All right, there we go. Ooh, got Colt Anaconda. What? I forgot that was even in the game. Look at this shit. Look at this. It's a naval cannon.
For fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
It's a naval cannon with walnut grips.
Master Smith.
Did you finish reading that?
I did. What's being done about Antifa? I mean, they are arresting a lot of them.
Very nice.
Where did I leave off?
Oh.
Master Smith.
Shell shock.
Played the tabletop once. Made an older German guy who got bitten in the 40s and totally didn't find himself in America due to Operation Paperclip.
I love it.
Cesario.
Kissing goblins.
Yes.
Thoughts about the scuttlebutt online that Amazon writers are having a hard time making a new James Bond film because No Time to Die effectively killed off Bond for a black lesbian girl boss.
That was, dude, that was destined to happen. That was the dumbest shit. And this is a very rare case. A very rare case. Where you can 100% blame the actor for his shitty movie. It is not often you can say this. I do not blame Pierce Brosnan for Die Another Day. I 100% blame Daniel Craig for No Time to Die. Daniel Craig only took the role of James Bond under the proviso that he would be permitted by Barbara Broccoli to kill James Bond at the end of his tenure. It was a condition of him accepting the role. That is entirely his fault. So it doesn't surprise me. It was such a dumb move, dude. Just a dumb-ass move. Oops. Not quite high enough skill.
Enigma.
Right. And what did it accomplish, too?
Oh, sorry.
What did it drive home at the end of that? To say nothing of the fact that part of the James Bondian power fantasy is he enters improbable situations with insurmountable odds, and he survives. That's the entire point. That's literally why James Bond exists, right? The opening to Die Another Day. The opening to Tomorrow Never Dies. The opening to The World Is Not Enough. He jumps out of the freaking window, and the explosions, and the freaking speedboat, and the whole 9 yards. That's kind of the entire point of James Bond. By ending a movie on a dour note, and what's more, having him die to a weak sauce fucking villain like Safin. Ugh! Ugh!
He's so weak, I forgot that was his name.
Dude, he's terrible, and it's not Rami Malek's fault. He just has no motivation.
Poorly written.
Abominably written. Terribly written character.
I mean,
he's obsessed with...
Yeah, go over his motive. Yeah.
He's obsessed with James Bond's daughter and his not wife. His baby mama. Right? That's his ostensible motivation. Then later in the movie, he literally puts them both in mortal peril. So the entire animating principle of the character, he just throws away in a single scene for no reason. And no precipitating impulse at all. Just, the writers needed it for the scene. It's just the stupidest movie I've ever seen in my life. Really bad movie. Like, it is up there with, like, Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo. It belongs in, like, that territory among the worst films ever made. It's not just, like, a disappointing James Bond movie. It's one of the most misguided turds you could ever subject yourself to.
Let's talk about his motives.
Pretentious as the day is long, too. So pretentious. That perpetually backlit Roger Deakins cinematography that the movie's unctuous script positively does not warrant. Can we talk about that for a moment? Is there a single scene in the damn movie that's not backlit? Roger Deakins, learn a new trick, bud.
Let's talk about his motives for a second. Spectre killed his parents or something. I forget.
Right.
And he uses this weapon, this nanotech weapon or whatever, to target Spectre agents and kill them.
Mm-hmm.
And then at that turning point in the movie, he decides, well, now I'm just going to turn this into a weapon of mass destruction and kill a bunch of people.
What the hey?
Like, okay, what? Why?
And can we talk about how pussy the movie producers are, too? Hey, Safin is working for... insert name of country. Right? They can't say what country it is because they might offend someone. And we need this movie to make billions of dollars. By the way, it's the first financially unsuccessful James Bond movie, from what I understand. Like, mission profoundly failed. I'm looking for pain pills. Give me pain pills.
Enigma.
I needs defense. Morphine bottle.
You think someone would mod Otherworld of Darkness properties in this engine, like Mage the Ascension or Wraith the Oblivion?
Before we do that, we need to mod other clans into the game. I was kind of baffled looking over the mod list. Nobody's really done that. There's no mod that's like, hey, here's the La Sombra, here's the, you know, the Assamites, or the, you know, whatever. None of that. Panacea, that's right, I already got that password. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let's go back and read some of the older ones. Michael, I'm curious, do you like Batman Arkham Asylum and City? Not necessarily for the gameplay, but more for the stories and art style?
I like both. I like Asylum. I like City. Origins is kind of rotten. And I don't think much of Arkham Knight at all. It was Arkham Knight Rider as far as I... Like, the freaking Batmobile puzzles? What? What? Tank stealth? What are we doing? What is this? This got how high of scores? Is it the same email? It is.
Mel Lotus, is Call of Duty finally becoming irrelevant after 24 games? God, I hope so. Hey, Razor.
What's up?
Black Ops 7 came out.
Did it?
Yeah, apparently. Allegedly.
Well, no one's going to want to hear this because it's not popular to defend Bobby Kotick for any reason whatsoever. But the truth is, him going was bad mojo for Call of Duty. Because you say what you want about the guy, he knew how to make money with a property. I think Call of Duty without him at the tiller, at least from a business standpoint, is going to end badly, actually, ultimately, for Call of Duty. What? Marboperitis? Okay. Plus, that whole thing was basically a great big union grab. All that bullshit about people stealing titty milk out of the employee refrigerator, all that nonsense. All right.
Oh yeah, and people are talking about it in chat. Before we move on, and I've said this before, but it bears repeating, Arkham City is like the shortest game ever.
It's a very short game.
That game is like 4 hours if you just go straight through the main story.
I also, man, I feel like that is when Joker fatigue really set in for me. I mean, I thought we were going to get a new story. Batman's got such a great rogues gallery. I'm like, okay, we can finally do something different. Nothing wrong with writing the Joker in the first game, but hey, let's try something different. And it turns out, nope! More Joker! More Joker by the end.
What was I gonna say? Cunning Druger.
Phil Phlebotomus. See what they did there?
About your Nosferatu.
Yeah.
The tunnel Jew prowls the night.
Yes.
Overkill. This era of gaming...
by the way, that is one thing I have to say. I would love to have another vampire game set in the Dark Ages. You basically could just make a full-on medieval fantasy RPG with it. I'm kind of... It's a little bit baffling to me that hasn't really happened. You know, the Vampire the Masquerade version of The Witcher or Elder Scrolls or whatever. Like, it seems like such a no-brainer. Where the hell am I? Oh god, I'm at the mercy of the physics engine.
Overkill.
Help us all.
This era of gaming made us think that anything was possible, and sky's the limit for future games. I'm sorry I just made everyone incredibly depressed.
Well, dude, think about how insanely different, how much the outlandish levels of progression that happened technologically in terms of design and everything over such a compressed period of time. It's nuts to think about. But in a 1 decade span, in a less than a decade span, we got Super Mario RPG, well, yeah, Mario RPG as well, but Mario 64, and this. we got Final Fantasy VI and Deus Ex. It happened in this kind of stuff was happening in 3, 4, 5 year spans. One was happening right after the other. It was like overnight, you and I went from playing 2D side-scrollers on a Super Nintendo to playing fully interactive 3D open-world fantasy games. What? That was how quick gaming was moving at that time. We have not had any kind of watershed moment on that order since at all. It has 100% been diminishing returns. Some of that is technological, but I would argue a lot of it is just corporate consolidation and lack of creativity.
You know what the next big thing for me was coming out of the 2000s? Or it was towards the late 2000s, but still. The next big game that really hit me after that was the first Mass Effect.
Yeah.
That was like, holy shit.
That was like a
this.
1, 2, 3 punch, though, that year. Because it was BioShock first. BioShock hit everyone right between the eyes.
Yeah.
Then the 1-2 punch of
Mass
Effect and Assassin's Creed 1.
Yeah.
Mass Effect was an extrapolation on KOTOR, but it was unlike a lot of other games at the time in that it mixed that third-person shooting, but didn't make itself a slave to it, unlike its sequel. Assassin's Creed 1 does not get the credit it deserves. There was no game like Assassin's Creed 1 before Assassin's Creed 1. It wasn't quite Prince of Persia. It wasn't quite Thief. It was a stealth game, but it wasn't a light and shadow stealth game. And the stealth worked. It was social stealth, but it wasn't Hitman. There was no game like that up until that point. It deserves a lot more credit than it gets.
Can we get this guy like a vampire doctor or something?
No kidding.
Specifically? Who exactly? I don't know him myself. I'd like to meet the guy. Kind of a local legend. He and Therese seem to be contenders for this city. He's crafty, smart guy. I haven't heard anything bad about him. Specifically? Guns? Guy named Trip up the street. He keeps a few pieces under the table, but he doesn't sell to anybody. Doesn't have a license. I'll give him a...
That's how you buy guns. Guns.
Great Scalzini, thank you for that 5.
Oh.
Critical Orc Theory. In this house, hobbits still count as mate.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh boy. I'm gonna let you guess what's wrong with this donation. Lance Babcock. I gotta say, Razor, it was frickin' rude that you made fun of the Bloodlines 2 main character for switching his F's for PHs. Fuck, man. Frankly, Do better, bro.
Count Cockula.
Thanks for coming back. What you need?
Ugh, fire. What in the hell, dude? What in the hell? And it's funny, too, because he picks the name up off a poster, a band poster. It could have just as easily been, like, They Might Be Giants, right? Like, it literally could have been Fall Out Boy.
Oh, damn it. Who told you that? All right. Look, I can't have every Jesse and Jamie off the street, coming in here and asking about this. It's not cool. Look, now, I appreciate... All right. Come take a look, then.
Ooh, speed loader. Why, hello. I do believe I will be picking that up. Why, thank you very much.
Morgan.
Anything to
Deacons didn't shoot No Time to Die. That was Linus Sandgren.
I thought Deacons was the cinematographer.
Boss Tigger. What are all these weird things like stats and attributes?
I know.
I haven't seen any RPGs made recently with these.
Yeah.
And you may never again. That's the scary part. I think the last one was Baldur's Gate 3.
Bloodlines 2, I feel like, owes more to Cyberpunk 2077 than it does to this game. Because so many idiots simped for that game, the developers thought they could get away with basically removing all RPG elements. Shit, we'll just release a shitty anime. They'll forgive us the next day. Don't worry about it. Alright, cool. So we got that done.
The Azure Nightmare. Guns?
Find some way to call off feud.
Guns? In California? Definitely fiction.
I know. I think this 6-shooter is a little high capacity for the state of California. Oh, there we go.
Backflip boy.
Good stuff. All right.
Cradle Catholic literally possesses a degree in Catholic theology. Don't ask. Considering a conversion, to Lutheranism, any recommendations of talks, lectures, etc. that would help me cross the aisle?
Dr. Jordan Peterson has a really good YouTube channel. He's a Lutheran and a confessional Lutheran, so more of a high church, liturgical, right? Not ELCA, not all that garbage. And he has a video on why he's not Catholic, and he's pretty respectful about it. It's not like a polemic. And he kind of lists some of the different, basically what it functions as is a list of differences between confessional Lutheranism and Roman Catholicism and some of the differences there. And so if you're faced with those differences and they accord with where you're at and what you've read in the Bible and you believe to be true, right? That may be your first step. I would certainly recommend that. As far as reading and stuff like that, I think the Small and Large Catechism, some of the stuff from the Book of Concord, the basic stuff about the Lutheran faith, a lot of that stuff was written by Martin Luther, some by Philip Melanchthon and Martin Chemnitz. Johann Gerhard is another good one to read. But that stuff, I think reading the Small Catechism and the Large Catechism really disabuses you of a lot of the silly suppositions about Martin Luther and Lutheranism and stuff like that. Because when you read it, it's like, oh, it's just Christianity. That's all this is. There's nothing weird about this at all. All right, here we go. But man, after the events of the last couple of weeks, with the Roman Catholic Church and the Pope. What in the world, dude? I don't blame you.
What the? What's wrong with your face?
Have you seen yours?
You're buying something? Damn, you should really go take off that mask. You're scaring the clientele.
Homie, you have Pan's Labyrinth on your face.
Therese, she's upstairs. She said she had business to attend to, but I can hear her internet pick right from here. Why do you need to see her? Yeah, I hear that from everyone. Right, look, I'll cut you a break. We're busy here. I'll buzz Therese, tell her you're coming. We'll take the elevator over there. If I get you're not supposed to be there, you and me are gonna have a heart to heart. You hear me?
All right.
Lynn Hero. Any advice on how to save a woman's soul whose entire life is partying, sex, and drugs, and still in her 50s? My mother was terrible to us, but the thoughts of her in hell keep me up at night.
Oh, man. Well, the first thing, and it sounds like it's weighing heavily on your heart, is if you're trying to bring her to Christ, understand that her salvation is not your work. It's not hers either. It's the Lord's. That should lift a heavy burden off your shoulders, first off. Baptism is regenerative. And so if you're able to kind of break through the sort of fortress of artifice that she's erected, because when somebody's living a life like that, especially well into their 50s, this is someone who has a problem with reality. This is someone who has an issue where they're out of phase with the environs in which we all find ourselves with. They're not with the program. There's something there that offends. So if you can break through that and get them to step across, you might be the vessel through which the Lord uses. But when that's ready to happen, it's going to happen. And all you have to do is be in accord with it. And it sounds like you already are. So try not to put too much pressure on yourself. Be patient. Think about what the fruit of the Holy Spirit is. Like Paul does this fantastic thing in, is it 1 Corinthians? I always forget what book it is, where he lists the fruit of the Spirit. And it's, peace and joy and kindness and self-control, patience. If you're evidencing these attributes, you're going to draw that person across the finish line anyway.
Your city? Last time I looked, it was called Santa Monica.
But you can't fake it.
Oh,
Just a random gold ring on the floor, I guess. But good luck to you and to, it sounds like your mom.
I always assumed you could do nothing but look down on me. Just the sight of you. The sight of that wicked, painted house, concealing that dirty, diseased mind. Sin! You have no shame. Let's see who is without sin cast the fierce tone. Go ahead and mock me. You pull your pranks, make fun of my ways. But you're just one big joke. Don't you call me that. Should I start calling a duck a pig as well? I'm your sister. How can you treat me like this? That's it, Jeanette. Run away from the truth. I'll take care of everything, as always.
All right.
Save MGS. Gotta go. Keep up the great work. Gotta go play CS 1.6.
All right. Well, Godspeed. Quick save is F9, and thank you for joining us. There we go. That's the quick save button.
Cicero. As you get older...
Guns don't kill, people do. Would you ever see that bumper sticker in frickin'
Nope.
Bloodlines 2? I don't think so.
As you get older, do you get more angry towards the taxation, usury, and regulations that are in America? Feel like Europe kneecapped us back in 1913. Is it communism or just evil? I love you, lad.
as I don't know how all of you feel, but as I flit about this carnal existence, the thought that is recurrent and incumbent is always it is taxation, but it's sort of the suppositions that we've just accepted, the quiet tyrannies, traffic laws, surveillance laws, the kind of stuff that's been around for generations, the NFA, decades and decades. These quiet and sometimes loud tyrannies have persisted and subsisted, and nothing says them. Nobody offers a compelling counter-argument, and there's no serious movement to repeal. Now, it is amazing in our lifetime that we witnessed the redress of the great injustice of Roe v. Wade, but that is a rare occurrence. That is a rare occurrence where a generational evil was expunged. That does not happen very often. That does not happen very often. And God bless Donald Trump for that, because without him, it wouldn't have happened. That was a giant W. I wish we were moving on more fronts, though. I wish we were moving on more fronts, because these quiet tyrannies, like these quiet, massively unconstitutional violations, the fact that we have to pay the government to use our own property, we have to pay the government to drive in our own car, which we already bought. The government didn't help me buy that car, but the government is happy to take money for me to be able to use the roads that my taxes paid for. You know what I mean? It's just a giant shell game and a scam and a complete violation of my property rights. And yet, it's just this quiet little tyranny that we accept in our daily life.
Please, come in. I do apologize.
That's the kind of thing that drives me nuts over time. It's not so much all of that stuff.
In the club business,
Well, what about you, Taryn? Is there anything like that for you that, like, as you get older, drives you more and more nuts?
Actually, no. I can't really use that as an example. Taxes, definitely. 100%.
I mean,
I would
shoot,
say
every time you buy a Steam game...
Oh, yeah.
We have
ownership.
We have like an online sales tax or whatever the hell.
That we didn't vote for.
Yep. They just passed. They up and passed.
Yeah, it's not you don't own the game, it's a license.
A license!
The regulations with cars.
Therese Vorman, yes. I'm the proprietor of this club, and the only person in this city whose good side it's in your best interest to stay on. What brings you to Santa Monica? Tongue's exile is self-imposed, I assure you. But then, what reason would I have not to hate that loathsome Nosferatu scoundrel? No offense.
Plenty taken.
He meddles in my affairs. He's a bad influence on my sister, and she on him. If you were in my place, would you let him compromise your authority? You most certainly would not. I'd quite like it if I never had to hear that name again. Why would I do that? Let him think I mean to kill him. That way I don't have to worry about him sabotaging everything. Do you realize how his subterfuge makes me look to the Camarilla? Tongue and his co-conspirators' actions ruined my chance at partnership in a crucial piece of property. I do have several other promising ventures, and one in particular has been, to say the least, an ordeal. I'd be willing to put the word out that my grievances with Tongue have been swept under the rug, but in return, you'll have to help me remove a particularly burdensome spirit.
Oh no!
I'm looking to invest in.
Oh shit! I didn't know it was this early in the game.
Oh, I forgot. You're still new to this. Allow me to break you in. Yes, ghosts exist. Werewolves, mummies, and I'd expect a whole lot of other things I've never seen share the night with us.
Ah. A really shitty Olympic swimmer-looking Frankenstein monster, for example.
As much as I'd like to ensure it's done properly, you're in no position to refuse. That is, if you still want me to call off the feud.
Full review of that movie coming very soon, by the way. It's already ready.
If you have to tear the building apart, do so. 3 construction crews have already refused to go back to work because they've
That's
been
terror.
spooked, so to speak.
Ah.
You don't. They're perfectly harmless. Oh, I fully intend to do so. You'll find that dealing with me on the whole is appreciably more predictable than dealing with some of the egomaniacs that are my peers. So long as our business doesn't go sour, my word is gold. Before I forget, take this. The only way to reach the ocean house this time of night is through a tunnel in the sewers. You'll need that key to open.
That'll
the
be a
gate to
stretch.
that tunnel.
All right.
If you'll excuse me, I've got situations to set straight.
The Great Scalzini. Any chance Heat will get a Metal Mythos? You've used a lot of their music in your videos and are in my speed metal rotation thanks to you.
Yeah, I'd like to do that, especially because they're newer. I'd also like to do one on Wolf. It's all about looks, isn't it? What? We'll leave the lights out. Davey Havoc. All right.
Okay. Look over something real quick, and we're good there. Azure Nightmare, thank you for the 2. Melotus, I really like Blood Omen, but couldn't find any other game with similar themes of screaming Vivictus and top-down gameplay like Zelda.
All right, there we go. Over there. Explosive beginning. I don't think there's any side quests there that I can do before I go.
Big Mike.
We gotta bring this feud to an end. Let me eat a rat.
Assassin's Creed 1 does not get the credit it deserves. I was just rewatching clips of the dialogue between Amolim and Altair. Later entries had their strengths, but never felt like true historical fiction.
Yeah. Oh, fun fact about Assassin's Creed 1, if you play Vampire the Masquerade, especially Dark Ages, if you play the Assamites, they are literally just the Hashashin. They live at, what is it? What's it called? You know, they live on the mountain. They follow the old man of the mountain. The whole 9 yards. They even have a skill. It's like a silent blade kill. Like, they're straight up the Hashashin. If you want to play like a Middle Eastern assassin character in Vampire the Masquerade in a medieval setting, go play Dark Ages.
Undead Warrior, thoughts on the Laura Ingraham Trump interview? In my opinion, it's not a good look for him. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw a couple of clips. What about you?
I didn't either, no. I assume you're talking about the whole H-1B clip and all of that. And my stance on that is push back. Because Trump backs off on things like this. Don't push back with no nudge. Do it firmly, but do it respectfully. Because he does respond to his base and he does back off these things. And I've seen the rejoinder of like, but we've had to push back so many times, and then he winds up floating something like this again. Yeah, it's basically political focus testing. That's why it's happened more than once. This is Trump, folks. This is what he's been from the beginning. And it's not the worst thing to have somebody who tries to read the room periodically. Can I open this? Damn.
Okay. Lynn Hero, I thank you for the advice, you guys, and the RazörForce are a great help. I'm only 22, had a rough life, never learned many things, but I am getting there for the people I love. God bless you all. Oh, thank you very much.
Godspeed.
Appaloosa. The lack of accountability for the failures of public schools gets me. Yet most people still just assume the education system does good.
I mean, that is one thing that does frustrate me, is that there's this dynamic that's developed over the decades where we put a measure on the ballot, and the measure is called something like the Fund Our Children Act. And it's, here, let's throw some more money at the public school system. But there's never a moment where anyone's like, okay, how does this have to be used? What's the end result of this? If this is successful, what's it going to wind up looking like? Because to most people, that sounds too much like having strings attached, when really all that is basic accountability. And let me tell you what happens to that money. It goes to administrators. It goes to superintendents. More often than not, it goes to superintendents. And then superintendents get to decide what they do with that money. They can give it to the kids. They usually don't. Sometimes they embezzle it, as I have seen happen many, many times. Sometimes they over-administrate schools. There will be a tiny little school. It's got like maybe 400 kids. And it has 7 administrators. And administrators make a lot more than teachers. And wouldn't you know it, all the administrators are friends and family, nepo babies, of the superintendent. This is what I'm talking about. This is what people who drink from the government tit look like. So that does make me mad, because there's never this critical thinking that needs to happen never occurs. Yikes. Oh god, I thought I was thought I was done with this place.
Heron, thank you for subbing for Thank you for subbing for 41 months. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Jegs Dino God, government didn't work my shift, they can't have my money. Now that is real and true.
But the roads! But the roads! That were built by private companies who were contracting only with the government. The roads!
Mercenary X. But Razor, isn't the whole world just pure evil? Isn't humanity just some pure evil? Isn't carnal and worldly...
It's fucking distracting! Oh, good!
Isn't carnal and worldly more superior with science? Sorry, I was possessed by a Reddit atheist.
Oh! I forgot about the damn stairs.
Azure Nightmare, Street Fighter or King of Fighters?
For me, Street Fighter. I mean, if I'm going to pick an SNK game, it's going to be Samurai Showdown. That's a way better series than King of Fighters.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Armand, in your opinion, how much of Troika Games' failure could be attributed to their love of communism?
I don't know.
All of it.
I don't know enough about Troika's inner game designer culture. I have no idea. Whoa. All right.
Anthony, what would you recommend for Bible reading for people in recovery? For me, Psalms and Proverbs helped get me back in tune with Christ.
Oh, man. You want to read the Pauline epistles, brother. That's what you want to read. You know, verses like, whatsoever is good, whatsoever is edifying, think upon these things, right? The standards where Paul is laying out the standards for living, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, you know, Ephesians, Galatians. These are books of the Bible you really want to be diving into. Big time. The verses on the body of Christ, how we're all the members, and when one member suffers, the other members of the body suffer with it, and on and on. Like, these are important messages to take in when you're in recovery. These are the verses that they'll bring your attention to in recovery, because 12-step programs are Christian organizations. It's actually the largest Christian organization, I think, in the country is 12-step programs. They will put a Bible in your hand and point you in the right direction, the good ones. Blah! Can you not? Oh, be nice. Oh, sorry, I turned into the gay Nosferatu from Bloodlines 2 for a second there. Child's severed head found in hotel laundry room. Okay, well. Probably had it coming.
Lorfax.
It wasn't a child, it was just Greta Thunberg pretending to be a child for 20 years straight.
Both my parents were abusive growing up. I have CPTSD from it. Frequent nightmares. How can I forgive my parents? Both deny any wrongdoing and have never even tried to apologize. God says forgive, but I don't know how.
The thing about forgiving someone over something that they're not repentant over, and I know there are people who would disagree with this, but it's not a Christian sentiment to differ with this. It's about releasing yourself. It's not about releasing them. You hold on to that, and you're just going to suffer. That's the truth. Because you're keeping yourself... shoot! Kind of brings me back to, like, the pilot of Deep Space Nine, right? You exist here. It's a form of trauma, and you're sort of keeping yourself in that trauma by not moving past it. Christian forgiveness doesn't have strings attached. Because if it did, we would all flunk and we'd all be going to hell. We can't earn our salvation, and we don't. Our works are pitiful rags in the eyes of God. None of us deserve salvation. Although I will now request it. Get me the heck out of here. All right. Once you understand that, you can kind of let it go. Obviously, there's more healing that could take place if they own up to their part of it. And that doesn't mean that you don't request that. It also doesn't mean that you open yourself up to, you know, being hurt again or being abused again in any way. It doesn't call you to do that. It doesn't call you to do that at all. But forgiving in spite of that, and then being mindful, you forgive, you don't have to forget, you don't have to not be mindful, is exactly what you're supposed to do. And you'll be healthier of mind and healthier of spirit and probably healthier of body too, because you won't be so preoccupied by this thing that's weighing you down. Let's see here. Investigation? No. Computers.
Big Mike, of all tyrannies, tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. It would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies.
Yeah.
C.S. Lewis.
Yep. I love that quote. It's so true.
Jegs Dino God, but the roads! You mean the series of potholes?
But right.
Undead Warrior.
Name a nanny state. Name a nanny city where that argument is so routinely made that doesn't have potholes everywhere and shit lining the streets. And name one. They all look like that, from Cincinnati to San Fran. All of them. Where'd she go? She ran past one of the doors here. Where'd she go?
Undead Warrior, any reason you guys don't have memberships on YouTube?
I don't know. I've never felt comfortable about that. Granted, we do have Unauthorized, which does have memberships. What is that?
And people do sub to us on Twitch.
I don't remember that.
Humble Dirt Merchant. Xenomorph versus the Thing, who wins? Winner gets a buddy cop movie with the Predator.
Hopefully not the Predator, the fairy Predator from that last movie. Egad. I'll have to check which game came out first. There are so many similarities between this mission and the Shale Bridge Cradle from Thief Deadly Shadows. Yikes. Ow. Ow. Smell you later. Okay.
Let's see. Lynn Hero. On public schools, my town mayor was the superintendent of my school when growing up. She left the job when she stopped being paid. Democrat? Why, yes.
Of course. Naturellement. Ooh, locked. You get locked down in the basement. You have to turn the generator on, at which point everything goes pear-shaped. Okay. Well, we turned that crap on, so now the elevator should work. Okay. Stay where you are.
Workout.
Bad photograph. Bad photograph.
I finished this game with a Grendel melee build.
Ow. Ow.
It made me miss out on not playing the original TTRPG during its heyday.
Well, here's the thing about this game. It kind of didn't have a heyday until later, right? Because when it came out, it was busted in half. Like, some people couldn't even finish the game because it was so glitched. It was only after fans started patching it, making it more playable.
I shouldn't leave the body lying around.
Like, I remember the buzz really getting going around this game. 2007? 6, 7? Around there. Years after it had already been out there. Because that was when it started to get more playable thanks to the modding. Ma'am? Sir? Sir? Excuse me, sir. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go be corporeal over here. Can I get by you? That elevator doesn't work, of course, because why would it be on the same generator?
Mercenary X.
Running.
Oh no, I feel the Reddit hate is coming back to repossess me. Taxation is needed. It is our duty to be a slave to government. All hail Karl Marx.
What in the H?
Metalhead Gangster, could you say this?
Ah! Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you.
Could you say this as Trump? Everything's true. God's an astronaut. Oz is over the rainbow.
Everything's true. God is an astronaut. Everything's over the rainbow. What?
And Midian is where the monsters live.
And Midian is where the monsters live, frankly. What up? Everything's computer. All right.
Mercenary X, the KFI radio station, has a guy who does his version of Jesus, and he did a talk about forgiveness is cleansing the poison out of your body.
Right.
Tomb?
Ow! Oh, that was an important article to read. We have established that this hotel opened at some point. Thanks. Glad we could set that straight.
Major kudos to you for debunking the Michael Jackson accusations. I'm looking forward to the 2026 Michael Jackson movie. Rest in peace, the King of Pop.
Indeed. Godspeed to the GOAT. And thanks for joining us.
CTC to pennies or not to pennies? That's the question.
Oh. Yeah, they're phasing out the pennies. Did you hear about that?
I did, actually. I believe they just printed the last one.
Really?
Yep.
I did not know this.
Lorefax, so can forgiveness for me mean that I stop caring about them and think less and less about them?
Sometimes that's the case. If it's like if it's one of those lopsided relationship situations where you give a lot and the other person is just sort of distant or whatever. A lot of people have that kind of relationship with their folks. It could be like that. And sometimes that's the healthiest thing you can do. The Bible does not command you to be constantly around someone who is abusive. In fact, in the Pauline epistles, it says, you know, when someone's in error, or someone's a poison in the body of Christ, you know, you attempt to get them to recant once, twice, the third time you just let them go, right? Forgiveness does need to be distinct. I feel like it has a lot of freight attached to it for a lot of people. It's like, oh, forgive. Well, then I just kind of... It's like this happy-go-lucky, hippy-dippy nonsense from the 60s. That's not what the Bible tells you to do. It tells you to let yourself free and to give the olive branch to allow the other person to set you both free. The other person's the one who's going to remain in bondage if they don't let that go. It is what all you can do. This is how I look at it. You know, I've had contentious relationships with one person or another. All you can do is make clear that you have lowered your drawbridge. You can't make them walk across it. It's really what it comes down to.
Drop it.
Murder-suicide! Ocean House killer possibly responsible for Inferno. Killed his wife, then put his kid in a crippler crossface, then hung himself with workout equipment. Aww.
Gunsmoke. What a coincidence. I started my first playthrough last week after you did the mock stream of Bloodlines 2.
Nice.
Love it so far.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, boy.
Still better than a Motel 6, says Freddy Fat Flap.
Probably.
That's terrible.
Dude, what's the worst hotel you've stayed at?
Oh, God. I think it might have been a Best Western.
Really? What was wrong with it?
I don't know, it was just very mid. It was very, like, you could tell it was just old.
Oh, man. My worst hotel experience. This was wild. My family were on vacation in California. And we drove up through San Diego. We did the SeaWorld thing, the whole 9 yards. And then we're driving up north. And so we're going through Monterey. And we're taking the Pacific Coast Highway all the way up. At which, by the way, you want motion sickness, go ahead and take the Pacific Coast Highway for hours and hours and interminable hours. I'm not even particularly prone to motion sickness, but dude, I was ready to blow chunks all over the inside of that car. But we finally get to Monterey, and we're gonna... They have a festival called Spirit West Coast, which is a great big Christian music festival. And actually, you know who was playing there? And I've told this story before. I got to talk to her. Was a young lady by the name of Katie Hudson, who had just come out with her first album. That would be Katy Perry. She was a Christian music artist at the time. So anyway, Spirit West Coast. We roll into Monterey. Whoops. And not only is Spirit West Coast there, which is huge. Like, it's huge. It's huge. Five Iron Frenzy were playing there, and all these big bands. And big Christian artists. Ah! No! No! Bah! 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 Anyways, so there was a NASCAR event as well, and because there was a NASCAR event as well, there were no hotel rooms for any reason whatsoever, and so we had to stay in this rinky-dink little shoebox called, I'll never forget it, the Blue Moon Hotel. It was the only room available in the whole freaking city. And it's, dude, literally, it's just a little strip with like 3 rooms, and that's it. The adjoining walls, like the adjoining doors between rooms, they had glued shut. They were just super glued shut. The bed sheets smelled like cigarette smoke and had stains on them. It was terrible. It was like a Bates Motel, straight up. It was awful. Ah! 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 Get me out of this Ghostbusters bullshit. What? I was killed by a door. By a door. I think I had just saved. Yeah, I had. I did the job to a door. All right.
Mercenary X, I made a joke on Arch's Dispatch stream, but it got me thinking. If the invisible superhero got pregnant and the baby could be seen growing, would that make people stop being pro-abortion? Hey, you got a lot of time on your hands, don't you? Marine Alver. Game made better by mods. Star Wars Empire at War. Numerous Clone War mods. For therapy... for therapy from Disney destroying the franchise, there's Thrawn's Revenge. My favorite is Awakening of the Rebellion.
Could you not? Will this go back? No solicitors! Okay. That blew apart. Ow, 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 ow! Stop it! Stop it! So that was a thing that occurred. Oh, right. There we go.
Lynn Hero, thoughts on, I believe it's called scientific creation? The idea that all the universe and its elements was made by God, but we only now have the knowledge to appreciate a fraction of it.
I mean, it seems like that's just sort of a long-winded way of saying science was inspired by a belief in God, which is true. It's true. The Lord gave us our intellect. He gave us our problem-solving capacity. Is not incorrect. At least if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly. Okay. Let's jump on top of this and see if we can Jimmy rig some bullshit. No? We can't make it move? Alright. Well.
Let's see.
Let's get up here and jump across then. I probably should not be stupid. And save. Then go up.
Detroit Otaku. I'm looking to take up Japanese language lessons, but don't want to go back to school for it either.
Ow.
Any other options you recommend?
Oh, geez. There's some phone
Duolingo. Yeah, no. Sorry, go ahead.
There are phone apps for it. You could get a good Japanese textbook, and usually they'll come with like software and shit that'll help out with it. But there's no substitute for having regular conversations in Japanese. Like, I learned more from immersion than I ever did from a textbook. You can, until you learn the situation where you might utter the phrase, Doko kara kimashita ka? You're not going to use it correctly. It's just words in a book.
Good God.
Ow. What is that?
Baldbarian. Greetings, gents. Missed you too, and the first week in my new promotion in a big office. I've been kind of working mostly going through the Mythos playlist. Godspeed. And welcome back.
Thank you. Well, I hope you're enjoying it.
He continues.
Your move, creep.
Worst hotel was seeing Wasp in Charlotte. I picked the cheapest one. It was so run down and shit, the city shut it down in the middle of the night.
Very nice. Oh, there was another one when I passed through St. Louis. At least as haunted as this place. It was the creepiest, most foreboding building I have ever been in my life. It was the weirdest. It had not been updated since like the 19th century. It was some weird stuff. St. Louis downtown was spooky even then. Wah! Oh, there we go.
Let's see.
Okay, clamber up the rubble, I guess.
Mercenary X. Dude, no way, I stayed at the Blue Moon Hotel as well back in the 80s. As a kid for a family vacation, do you remember the toilet?
No, I think I avoided using the toilet. I held it. I literally held it. Here's how shitty that hotel was, guys. We stayed there one night. The first night we got in town. We had tents and sleeping bags that we could just, that were in the car, that we could just deploy so that if we, you know, were in a cool wooded area, we could just camp out if we wanted to. So we literally just went to the festival grounds in the tent area and we just set up a tent and we told the Blue Moon Hotel to fuck off. It was terrible. It was one of the worst places I've ever stayed at. It was the worst. No question.
What a shame.
Very nice.
Oh! I wish Gozer the Gozerian would cut it out here. There's our lighthouse.
Ironic statement. As a history buff and rock connoisseur, are you a Sabaton fan? Just curious of your thoughts on their music, Godspeed.
Hate it.
You must be new here.
Yeah.
Huh? The Azure Nightmare. I'm RazörFist. A door killed me.
It's true. A door killed me. I don't like it.
Lynn Hero, thank you for the 2.
I don't like it.
Emperor Creatine. Sar, please be accepting of the visa, Sar. I am having the degree from University of Mumbai, Sar. Very qualified worker, Sar. Please redeem the visa.
What I don't think Trump still gets is that we are at a point where it is a perfectly mainstream Republican position to just want a complete pause on legal immigration for a while. So that, because it's obvious there is no cultural cohesion between the groups that are here now. That is a normal, rational, non-extreme position. It is what we used to do for most of the country's history. Until until the 60s, really, with Lyndon Johnson and Ted Kennedy's immigration bill, the Hart-Celler Act, and of course Ronald Reagan didn't help matters, but really it was the 60s immigration bill that forked things permanently. That was the moment where we no longer had pauses on immigration. Our previous policy had been, we'll have waves of immigration for a short spell, specifically from countries that we would like to break bread with, at times when we need additional labor or additional soldiers or whatever it is. And then the rest of the time, we slam shut the gates, and we let everyone learn to cooperate for a while. We let the groups that we have sort of blend together. That was probably the closest we ever came to a melting pot, which is largely a myth. But, you know, if we were ever a melting pot, that's as close as we came to it. That was the normal order of business until the 1960s. I don't think Trump recognizes that a lot of us have arrived at that position.
Matthew Harter, thank you for the 20. It's my C-section day because my poor 4'9" mother couldn't handle an 11-pound baby. Well, happy coming out of the womb day.
Yeah. Happy chest burster day.
Oh no.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey.
Oh no. Not again.
Not again. Ow!
Shadow Gamble.
It's all bullshit.
Down in Texas, Fairfield, for my grandma's funeral tomorrow. I'm holding up well, even though I am in mourning. On a high note, what is your and Terran's favorite Nick DiPaolo joke?
Oh, man.
There's so many good ones.
Oh, there are so
many. A lot
good
from the roasts he did for Howard Stern in the early days.
Oh, man, the freaking Howard Stern one, you know. What was it? Robin, he was talking about how Robin pretends to find Howard Stern funny. Like, I don't blame her. She makes so much money. I heard she bought a new boat. Hey, what you call that? The cackling whore?
Oh, that's good. That's one of my favorites.
A great one. You know, I heard she's getting a sex change. She just wanted to have a dick she doesn't have to pretend is funny. Like, I'm just, dude. That one's great.
Metalhead Gangster, I apologize, but I have to know. Of all the languages, why did you learn Japanese?
It was offered at my high school. That's really what it was. You already pick up a lot of Spanish just living in Phoenix. So, you know, I already know some of that. But that's really why it's not common for a high school to offer Japanese as an elective. In fact, our Japanese teacher was in such demand in our school, like, they were sharing him between like 3 or 4 different schools. He was jumping from one to another, the poor guy. In fact, at one point, they had rigged up a really early, like, closed-circuit TV system so that he could teach class at multiple schools at once, which didn't wind up working for obvious reasons. But he was good at what he did. And then I learned a few more years of Japanese in college, too, which it's way more common to learn it in college than in high school. All right. Any other quests I can... Okay.
Pandora, you ever play Age of Wonders 4?
Age of what?
Age of Wonders 4.
No.
Not the usual game for you, from what I've seen. But if you have any interest in 4X games, it's definitely worth a look.
Alright.
And lore facts. Context, I went to No Contact years ago. Dad essayed me. Oh, for 10 years. Oh, that's awful. They don't even know my address. Gonna leave for the USA soon, after I finish college.
I don't blame you for that. My goodness. I do not blame you for that. But I will say the first step in letting go of your trauma sometimes is as difficult and brutal a thing as it is sort of laying the ghost there, appropriate to the subject matter of this stream.
Big Mike, fun fact about every sucky hotel? Run by an Indian.
I think the Blue Moon Hotel was run by Latinos. I think.
Jake,
I
thank you
reckon.
for the 2.
What's up?
I was just thanking somebody. Ivan. Razor, you seem well knowledgeable about a lot of things. That's amazing. Also, narrator, go back to my first super chat, please.
Did he just call you narrator?
Apparently. Narrate these nuts.
Narrator Gel, ladies and gentlemen.
Winds of Boreas.
Oh, cool. I can...
Killed by a door. Channeling David Carradine now.
Ba-ba! I mean, I think he was killed by the belt as much as the door. Let's be real.
As your nightmare. Do not redeem. Do not redeem with the Weezer.
That brings me to one of my favorite Norm Macdonald bits. You ever see that?
Huh?
Did we ever watch that comedy special? If we haven't, we need to. The Hitler's Dog comedy special that he did.
I think I remember the
He's
joke.
talking about, like, the autoerotic asphyxiation thing. He's talking about David Carradine without saying his name, basically.
Yeah.
He's like, what I don't get is the risk-reward thing. It's like, apparently, if you tie a belt around your neck, you have an orgasm that is to the 10th power of the one you had the day before yesterday. But the alternative is that you die. So I don't know what happens after death, but I know what happens immediately after you die. You are found. It's like, you don't want your last memory of that your kid has of you opening the closet door and, yeah, what the fuck? Dude, it's genius.
Not even a knock? I could have been undressing. And who knows what I would have had to do to you. You're here to see Her Royal Majesty Queen Victoria, aren't you?
Huh?
Huh?
Ooh, can I see it? I'm not just some silly doll, you know. All my life, my sisters made me out to be a joke. She told you I was an embarrassment, didn't she? That I couldn't tie my shoes, let alone hold on to something for her.
No, I inferred that myself.
She's always belittling me. She's the smart one. She's the favorite. She's the successful one. Well, it's not fair. I'm not a fool. This club's success is just as much my doing as it is hers.
You've made your point, drama queen. Take it.
Do you understand what it's like to have your own flesh and blood ripping you apart on a daily basis for 2 lifetimes? Can you?
Okay, Azula, calm down.
Fine, you hold on to it. Since you were so willing to brave that big spooky place for my darling sister, how about doing a teensy tiny favor for little troubled me?
I'm getting Amber Heard vibes here.
Do you know Gallery Noir down the street? I happen to know there's a charity event being organized there. Lots of influential Santa Monicans slithering in for token appearances. But there's
You lost me at influential Santa
the
Monicans.
whole event's been set up by a kindred trying to establish their own power clique in our city. And we can't let that happen, can we? So I need some brilliant young upstart to spoil the milk.
What?
I promise this won't take long. Take this knife. Give the paintings in the gallery a good slashing. Don't get caught.
I find most good ideas begin with the phrase, "Here, take this
Find
knife."
yourself something velvet.
This isn't going to backfire biblically. I'm not going to steal charity money. I mean, I am a Nosferatu. It's kind of what I do.
I'm sure Therese will be thrilled to honor your agreement when you get back. But in the meantime, get to the museum and
How's
ruin
that
those
connected
paintings,
exactly?
Then pay me a visit. I want to hear all about it. Hurry up. I can only amuse myself for so long.
If I don't get to see tongue when I get back, I'm taking it out on both of you. Now, if I don't get some tongue when I get back.
Oh, and there was something about the paintings. What was it? I can't remember.
Oh, right, it's a portal to hell. I forgot about that.
Maureen Alver. There are many times these days
right back
in Seattle. I think I'm back in New Delhi when I was on embassy duty in 2004. The Azure Nightmare. Check, please. Big Mike. Take a guess at the ethnicity of the guy who first coined the phrase America is a melting pot. Nowadays, we're a tossed salad from a pizza place. Are there breadsticks? That is a question for him. I'll wait for him to come back. Agamemnon Fireman. Hey, Taryn, did you see Project 8 Go's getting a 4K? Really? Really? Maybe I should hold off on getting the others, though. Then. Because there's like 2 or 3 more. I only have the first one on Blu-ray. Baldbarian. That is a question for him. I'll wait for him to come back. Hunter, the best roast special Comedy Central ever did was Pam Anderson and Bob Saget. You are not wrong. That's a question. Angela Rose been reading some Doc Savage pulps and have found these self-development methods and exercise sections. Surprisingly, some have been useful thus far. Wargoat, TG, narrate the stream like a film noir detective. I read that, disappointed. I looked over at the window, wishing I could leave. Razor came back from the bathroom. I was slightly annoyed, my eyebrows furrowed. A hunger built inside me. I thought to myself, I could use some chicken tendies. But alas, we still had about 2.5 hours to go. And I knew I would have to wait. It's not cold enough yet. Anyway, Mercenary X. Least I gave T-Cell a nickname better than the narrator. Yeah, thank you. Sea Striker, I think my favorite DePaula moment. I met B. Arthur before the show. She was standing at the urinal next to me. God rest her soul. Baldbarian. For levity, what's your 2 favorite birthday cakes? Mine was 4th. It was Ultimate Warrior. My mother made.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
War paint and all?
Yeah. I can tell you that. Dude, sight unseen. 10 years old. So like what? Like 5th grade birthday party, something like that. Star Wars. It had a my parents put a combat scene from Star Wars of Luke dueling Darth Vader with the Emperor looking on and C-3PO and R2-D2 and the whole 9 yards. And it was all on this like Death Star like plate. It was so cool. And it was my favorite kind of cake. It was ice cream cake. It was like mint. It was mint chocolate chip with like a crumbled Oreo mint chocolate syrup crust. Freaking so good. So good. So good.
And you answer this while I'm away. Undead Warrior asks, any chance of the Heart Cellar Act will be repealed?
God. It should be. I don't know. I don't see any movement on it, but there should be. I mean, it's been objectively costing by any appreciable metric. It's been costing. It has benefited only corporations that have basically vacated all of the responsibilities they pretend to have, they purport to have, to societies. Remember, this is their proposition, not ours.
Hey, don't take this the wrong way, but
Even beer goggles have their limits, he says.
they cut me a check every 2 weeks. End of discussion.
Ain't you the ghost chick? Good talk. That's totally the ghost chick. Yeah, so I'm a hideous circus freak. Better get out of the street. See what I mean, though, guys? Like, for those of you who haven't played this game yet, like, I literally cannot just walk down in broad daylight in the middle of the street. Or not broad daylight, it's nighttime, but... because it will be a masquerade violation. Why, I don't know. I've seen freakier looking things at an Antifa protest, but be real, I think we've all seen some sideshow attractions at BLM rallies. Shit. Slashed her piece. Where is that again? I think it's down this way. Oh, it's down this way, actually. Like, off to the left over here. I'm probably going to have to take the sewer, actually. Okay, let's go. So this way, and probably come up through there.
McLeod. At a Motel 6 out in Fort Worth, a small round hole in the bathroom door about seat height and some suspicious stains on the floor with another hole in the wall. Gotta love YouTube rules.
Good times. This brought me back to where I was. Actually, you know what? While we're here, why don't we... sorry, bro. Sorry, bro.
Agamemnon Fireman, the 4K includes the 3 OVAs in one package. Oh, really?
The OVAs of what?
Project Echo. I'll have to, if it includes the whole fucking thing. Yeah, I'll get that.
Fucking
easy.
Thing sucks. What is over here?
Southern gentleman, can the Shadow ever face a legit supernatural foe?
He could, but the story wouldn't be as interesting as when there's an explanation. That's what sets the Shadow apart in a lot of ways, is Walter Gibson was an illusionist. So he employed the illusions and trick, the prestidigitation that he had employed on stage. And usually the secret to the trick was the twist of the story. And that's why those Shadow pulps are so good. It's why they still hold up. The best ones. So, I mean, he could, but I actually think it kind of cheapens it. You know, it's kind of too easy then. It takes better writing. It takes a better understanding of the subject matter, really, in order to make a story where it seems supernatural, but there's a logical explanation.
Whoa. What the? Who that bear claw's not sitting too pretty. Oh, jeez. Evacuate the area. Whatever the heck you are, pirate.
No! I didn't mean to do that! When did it save last? Okay.
Emperor
I didn't
Creatine.
lose much progress.
Today I learned that TDS is so powerful that sufferers of this condition will side with Epstein if it means being against Trump. Makes me want to drink.
It really does blast to shiny shitlets their repeated claims of wanting the Epstein release, and oh, Trump released the Epstein files, and oh, he's covering it up, and oh, he's... Bro, as soon as the Epstein files were released, you took Epstein's side. What the hell's wrong with you? I mean, it's just complete tribalism. It's what it is. And some people on our side, be real, they're just leftists. They're garden variety leftists now. They're not. There's not even a degree of separation between the two. It's one of the reasons I think that woke right eponym is so shitty. Because they're not on the right. They're not even vaguely on the right. They don't even have the position or posture of being on the right anymore. They're just leftists. They're just socialists. And I will never break bread with socialists. I don't care.
Bring me a body bag.
Ooh, ooh. Yum yum.
Mercenary X, lucky you. Mom always got me a carrot cake.
Carrot cake's good. Don't bash carrot cake.
Lurifax,
what's your favorite kind of cake, bro?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm pretty basic.
Yellow cake, uranium.
Chocolate. Just very basic.
Just basic chocolate?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Lurifax, thanks for the advice, Razor. Godspeed from Norway.
Godspeed. I'm sorry you have to live in Norway.
Whoa. What the? Who that bear class or whatever the heck you are, I recommend you vacate the area immediately before I radio for additional security personnel. That really knocked a few years off the old ticker.
Pretty fat flaps. Guys, I know it's irritating when our chats seemingly get skipped, but Terran isn't a dancing monkey. Have some patience and accept he might miss some. James Bursey, Commander Trump with his favorite Dems on the Citadel.
Oh, what is this? Cain cursed by... This is kind of cool. They show the origin story of vampires in Vampire the Masquerade. By the way, Vampire the Requiem, Bitchute, retcons this origin. It's one of the most repulsive things about Vampire the Requiem. They remove basically the whole Cain is the first vampire, he's cursed by God, and that's where the race of vampires comes from. Removes that entirely. Hate it, hate it, hate it. But what was that again? It was Trump saying it's his favorite... Who? Democrat?
Was that the last one? Oh, Commander Trump with his favorite Dems on the Citadel. I don't know what I don't understand.
I'm Commander Trump, and Nick Fuentes is my favorite burrito Mussolini on the Citadel. By far. Nothing ever comes close.
Humanity lost! Where's the knife? This is a knife.
The Copper Owl.
Cain slays Abel. Cain spurns Lilith. Okay, now the Lilith thing is some extra biblical bullshit. So what order does that fall in? Actually, all of this is. Okay. So you have to get these in order.
The Copper Owl.
After he kills his brother.
After the American tail...
I assume it is Cain kills Abel first. Then it is Cain cursed by God. Meets Lilith. Spurns that tranny bitch. What? What? That's no good. That's no good. Where's my gun? Ow. Suck lead. That did nothing. Yeah, it did nothing.
Copper Owl, are the American Tail movies pro-immigration propaganda? Is making Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York the bad guy also propaganda? Because he's right.
I don't remember enough about American Tail. It kind of, I would say at worst, American Tail, what I remember of it, just kind of romanticizes that whole wave of German, Jewish, Eastern European, Irish, that whole wave of immigrants in the, late 19th century, early 20th century. It kind of romanticizes it. So propaganda, more so like a puff piece, kind of, from what I remember about it. All right. It's like, his name's Fievel, right? His family's Jewish as fuck. Oh, oh dear. Oh dear. Ow. 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 Ow! That didn't do much. One time, I glitched the game. One time, I swear to you, I glitched the game. I turned on Obfuscate as soon as that guy spawned, snuck behind him and slit his throat and one hit him.
Damn.
Yeah. And I wasn't even playing a Nosferatu, I was playing a Toreador.
Best Way Killer. Wasn't Walter Gibson a magician / illusionist without managing to be a cringy atheist or skeptic like James Randi and Penn Jillette?
He was a skeptic. I mean, so there's kind of a through line here. So he was the biographer for Harry Houdini. And if you know anything about Houdini, you know that one of the things that he was a skeptic in the sense that he exposed fake psychics. He had a standing reward, I think it was like $10,000 or something, which is a lot of money in the 20s and 30s, for anyone who could prove psychic phenomena or whatever. If that sounds familiar, James Randi later on basically picked up the bit and turned that into a $1 million reward. So Walter Gibson kind of picked up the bit on that. In fact, he took over the Harry Houdini seance. And the point of the Harry Houdini seance, it's kind of a skeptic meeting, more so. Because before Harry Houdini's death, he was obsessed with this idea of mediums, psychic mediums. And he wanted to expose them as frauds if they were frauds. And he had never seen any evidence that they were anything other than frauds. So he told, you know, his wife, his close friends, a secret code. And when I die, if I die, and if crap, if I die and if mediums are real, then I will communicate that secret code to you, and you'll know that it's really me from beyond the grave, and all right. So that was where the Harry Houdini seance came from. It was really an attempt to disprove phony mediums. So Walter Gibson was committed to that. So he was pretty, like, locked into all of that. But they weren't like James Randi in that they were cringe-lord atheists, right? Walter Gibson was, I forget, I think he might have been... Man, I remember in his biography, I don't think he was Lutheran, even though Pennsylvania, he was from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, like big Lutheran country, but I forget what he was, but he was a Christian. And so he wasn't that kind of skeptic, like Bill Maher or whatever. But he was a skeptic of phony psychic phenomena. And by the way, they still do the Harry Houdini seance in Philadelphia.
Normal, man. It's the carrot top cake you gotta worry about.
Bah! Oh my gosh. I did it again.
Baldbarian.
Oh my gosh. I think I might be able to pull it off again. Let's see. Can I? Can I? I did it! I did!
Save.
That was awesome.
Baldbarian.
That makes up for being killed by a door.
Fucking distracting.
Oh, good!
It was late and rainy, and I had a rock in my shoe. She had legs that really knew how to walk around. Taryn, the noir narrator.
Oh, yes. Did you write the dialogue for that private dick in your dome from Bloodlines 2? Because that was about the same quality.
The Azure Nightmare. So where does Raziel sit in Vampire the Masquerade?
He's not... He's like a revenant. He's not really a... He was a vampire, but he's like a revenant or something now. Alright. Vampires work a little bit differently in the Cain, in the Legacy of Cain mythology. Archiballs.
Valst.
Leave me alone, Officer Sterling.
Picked up Ghosts of the Badlands off Amazon recently.
Sweet.
Any recommendations for a sword and sorcery dark fantasy comic? Thank you. Narrator Gil.
Ooh, I always will recommend the Elric BD. They are absolutely superb. By Jean-Luc Cano and Julien Blondel. Amazing. Don't think I can open that yet.
The Southern Gentleman. Good friend lost to TDS. PR wife to blame.
Alright.
Lurifax, last chat. Thanks, Razor. I hate Norway too.
There we go.
Gabriel Knight.
We're united in our mutual hatred of a Scando-European Christmas village that pretends to be a country.
My nightmare scenario is the Democrats will win both chambers of Congress and the presidency, then end the filibuster, pack the court, and make D.C., Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands states.
And if they do that, some of the warnings that were unheeded about needing to neuter the powers of some of these institutions rather than packing them in a fit of vengeance. Which I would remind you, some people on the right are spurging about Trump not having done. They want Trump to pack the court. I want them to neuter the power of the court so we don't have to pack it. We're going to regret those choices. We're going to regret that inaction. We're going to regret focusing on short-term gain over taking the longer view. With that said, we broke down the numbers, at least at the time, and that was in, was it June or July? It's been a little while now. But they were the latest poll numbers at the time, and that was in the middle of the tariff snafu. And things didn't look terribly bleak for Republicans heading into the midterms. Yeah, there's a lot of tism going on right now, but it wouldn't surprise me very much if the polling on that and the likelihood of Republicans winning or losing hadn't actually changed in that material fashion. You guys got to remember, and this is a really important point to take away just in general, the internet is not real life. It's just not. You go outside and you talk to people, nobody's talking about Iran. Nobody gives a shit about AI pack. Nobody cares. These are very online issues. Some of them, I would argue, should be better known. I would argue should be more championed. But the truth is, for normies, it's just not the case.
Primarch Vulcan.
I think if Republicans lose in the midterms, it's going to have to do with more concrete things like the price of groceries. More concrete things like not getting turnout together. Not getting a coherent message together.
What were you thinking?
Huh?
The museum. That was my event. Did you think I wouldn't find out?
I had a hunch.
Shut up. I thought I could control my sister as long as Tongue was out of the picture, but nothing's changed. I should have expected that you'd succumb to Jeanette's influence like all the others, but how dare you! Don't lie to me! Jeanette already confessed she tricked you into doing it. It was probably all Tongue's idea. I'll deal with them later. But that's still no excuse for you ruining my museum. My museum is wrecked! Do you understand? Now, if you'd like to atone, or if you'd like to provide further assurance of your innocence, I have one more task that has to be dealt with. I made some threats against my sister. Idle threats, involving fire and her impious satin sheets. She took
impious
and is avoiding me. I want to meet with her.
That
and
means
explain
whore sheets.
I asked her to meet me at the Surfside Diner to reconcile, but I'm busy with the club and my other endeavors. I'd like you to
The
go
bitch
to
is
diner
looser
and
than the
see that I
slots
don't
at
plan
Reno.
Any action against her. Wait for her in the back booth near the phones.
This sounds like a setup.
No shit.
For all her unwholesome diversions and irritating disruptions, I should be less tolerant of her. She is my sister, however, and I suppose I'm obligated to forgive her her trespasses. I did sire her after all. Please, be quick about it.
Primarch Vulcan. Razor gets killed by a door. Wonderful news. Now Nerdrotta can sleep more soundly knowing he doesn't suck that bad.
Five of them! It took 5 of them!
Mercenary
Jesus!
Hell nah. T-Cell is better than the narrator in BL2? That's not a high bar.
Alright.
Normal man, hello. This is the voice in your head from every shitty game. Please pick up some... What? Please pick up some? Punctuation, people, please. Make sure you turn off the stove and get me some Dr. Thunder. That is all.
Here's some unfunny banter. Unfunny banter. Hey, the word egress vaguely sounds like the word egret. Unfunny comment about the similarity between those two words. Well, until next time, 3 seconds in the future. All right. I dare say...
Shlomo Bagelstein, your Nosferatu character looks like Madonna after her facelift.
Oh, God. Good Lord. What on earth? The skin on her face, it's like a condom spread over a watermelon.
Normal man.
Like, I understand not wanting to get old, I guess, to a degree, especially when you sold your entire brand on sexuality and your eggs have been utterly deceased for decades.
Thanks for coming back. What you need? All right, here's what we got today.
Sweet.
No.
Sometimes it's time to go gently into that good night, is all I'm saying. It's a class ring.
Normal man. Short Stacks Shapiro. telling young people to move is rich, coming from a guy with his stance on a nation that rhymes with ye Israel.
Look at the immigration laws in Israel, for crying. Dude, I wish we had those immigration laws. Israel could build a damn wall without half the freaking obfuscation and opposition. I wish we could say the same about our country.
The Azure Nightmare. Razor Arcade Postal 2 win.
Never played it. I don't know. I haven't even played Postal 1. I don't hate it. I haven't even played it. The Surfside Diner, and assure her that Teresa does not mean to harm her. So that would be this diner, I assume.
KMC reading.
And it's been a minute since I played this game. Nice walking animation, officer.
Booted the game for the first time. Got Malkavian from the quiz. How does the game know I'm diagnosed autistic and insane?
Insane!
Godspeed.
I like how Malkavians range from just raving psychotics, like full-on schizophrenics, to just people with annoying personality quirks. Like, it's literally, that's the entire gamut of Malkavians. What did they mean by that? Hi, whore.
Stymie. Imagine what Madonna's camel toe looks like.
No!
How about
no,
I don't?
let's not.
Never.
Those are Sabat thugs.
Sternage.
Sepsi.
Good evening, gents. I remember being promised... I remember being promised a war with Iran, only for later this year it to possibly collapse due to a drought of all things.
Dude, they were... One of the reasons for Iran funding so much terrorism and shit in other countries is because of the weakness of their administration, right? The weakness of their government. When there's such a tenuous balance in the country of Iran. They almost have like a bizarro world American system where they have we have three branches of government, right? Legislative and judicial and so on. Executive. They have a country that is run alternately by the mullahs and the military, and then they have their figurehead, the president, on top. And the president, of course, is the pussiest of them all. He has the least power. And they're all vying for control, and they're all backstabbing each other, and none of their interests align. None of them whatsoever. They are never rowing in the same direction, which is why you have rolling blackouts and all kinds of bullshit, and every time there's some kind of revolt, they put it down violently. Like I said, Iran's an occupied country. It's not... Oh. It's not an Arab country, and it's not just that it's not ethnically Arab, it's not culturally Arab. It is essentially had an Arab government installed over it. Most of their government is run by Arabs. It's, you know, it's like the Iranian version of the small hats.
What a shame.
Yep. What's the hotkey for okay, whatever. Okay. I'm like fumbling for the hotkey, not just standing there trying to get killed. I swear. I'm bringing a knife fight. A knife to a gunfight, literally. Can I not pick that up? I can. Ow.
Jake Downey.
Why, thank you.
Pandas in zoos breed about 1 baby per decade. That's about twice the rate of the average Nippon.
Oh no! I didn't know my health got that low.
Can we add testosterone in the water? In the tap water, that is?
That's terror.
Armand, how are you able to play video games when you have razors on your fist?
They're retractable.
Azure Nightmare. Imagine Razor slamming tangos in the face in Paradise, Arizona instead. In Postal, too.
Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Where's my health bar? Where'd it go? Is it just almost empty? Yeah, it's almost empty.
Keaton Kitsune. Do you have any hope for the new Heavy Gear game coming up?
I haven't seen much about it, but look. A new mech sim. Sign me up. Let's do it. Like, I'm all about it. There's not enough competing mech games. You guys know we do Mechtober now every year. And I'm always looking for other games to play. There's been a few cool little mech games. I just played one. What was it? I'm actually gonna look it up because I downloaded it. I think I might have deleted it already on my hard drive. It was... Hold on a second. Was it Bounty Star? Was that what it was called? Bounty Star. It's by Annapurna, who made some okay stuff. But it was a newer mech game, kind of more in the vein, it's like action third person kind of mech stuff, not a mech sim. But it's pretty cool. It's like a mech western. It's interesting. I thought about playing it for Mechtober, but there's other stuff. We finally got Mech Commander running, so decided to do that instead. You can't see me because I'm doing Jem'Hadar shit.
Keaton Kitsune.
This is absolutely how stealth works. Stealth doesn't work in Bloodlines 2 either, guys.
You think Bethesda can pull out their spiral with the Elder Scrolls 6?
Elder Scrolls 6, man. If they're smart, and I know they're not, then they will do something they haven't done in a long, long time. And they will show the game in an earlier state than they usually do. Because Bethesda's biggest problem for the last several games that they've released has been that basically the game is finished when they finally reveal it to the public. So when the public identify major problems in the game, because they're not in the Bethesda bubble, right? There's nothing that can be done to fix it. It has to be modded out later on. Skyrim was one of the first big ones that I noticed this with. Skyrim was revealed and it was basically done. They were about to release it. They did the same thing with Fallout 4. Both those games displayed major flaws in the earliest footage that they leaked. The earliest footage. But there was nothing that could be done about it because launch day was 2 months away or whatever it was. There's just, dude, that's a thing that needs to change. Ow. See if I can... Aha! I got shotgun. Oh. You seriously aim punch me? Ow. Do I not have? I guess I don't. Got him!
D7 origin. Got pulled away to take care of my crying baby. Did Taryn read my first joke? I don't remember. What is vampire's favorite fruit?
Edward Cullen.
Nectarines.
Ah! Yeah. Ah!
Asher.
Get staked, shithead.
Saw you watch Netflix Frankenstein.
Oh.
I recommend a better 8-episode series called Ripley. There's only one casting choice. Did he continue? Casting choice distracts from it, but the character is killed off in 2 scenes. It's not noir despite its gorgeous black and white. Worth watching.
Interesting.
It was a setup. Listen, I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. Therese tried to have you killed. I had to lock myself in
Hello,
the
this
bathroom
is an
because
unholy
I was
abomination, yes?
Please, you have to help me. Therese knew it was you at the gallery all along. She set you up and... Did you hear that? She's crazy. She paid those thieves for a hit. She'll kill anyone who gets in the way of her becoming the top dog of Santa Monica.
I hope you two kill each other. Goodbye. My reaction to Shapiro versus Tucker Carlson.
Teresa's gonna kill us. Without me, you'll never get out of Santa Monica. Hurry! I don't...
Big K Movies and Games.
That's a lot of blood.
Was playing Deus Ex and accidentally took out the conspiracy kid by the docks. I panicked and threw the body in the river, but he floated. Love that game.
You can have this soy food.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're right.
Asher,
Maybe
thank you
should try
again.
getting a job. One of my favorite line readings of what's his name, Jay Frankie. JC. I left Homeboy on his back in that alley. He just calls him Homeboy for no reason. Subtly racist.
Punished Opie, thank you for that 5. Michael McLeod. There was almost a Dark Universe Phantom of the Opera where the Phantom was an actual ghost and the Persians' descendants were part of the Protegium and were keeping the ghost contained via magic.
That sounds rad.
King Fire, thank you for the 5 and the dated joke.
You stay out of this. To think anyone would risk their life for this filthy, tainted waste of blood. This will just make it easier to kill both of you. Help! Save me and I'll help you find Bertram. I swear! Shut up, Jeanette. I warned you to stay away.
Leave now and never come back!
You couldn't stand my success. You had to meddle, didn't you? I didn't want it to end like this, but you forced me. You never gave me any credit for anything, Therese. I was the one calling the shots. Bertram was dancing on my leash. How does it feel to know that I beat you? Isn't it obvious? I'm about to rid the night of this deviant, backstabbing whore. Do you realize that despite her condition, she still fornicates with kind, no less? So despicable. So unclean. You're one to talk, dear sister. Or should I say daddy's little girl? Do you want to know just how depraved the Baron of Santa Monica can be?
Speaking of Jeffrey
You want
Epstein.
the world to think you're a saint. When you thought I was asleep, I used to hear Father come in at night. I heard him whisper how much he loved you in your ear before he... Don't finish that.
This is why we call it the world of darkness.
Don't you want to hear what happened? How she became the pillar of the community she is today? Shut up. Just shut up!
Does it involve Vosh and lowering the age of consent?
That's right, Jeanette. No one wants to hear your lies. I was the good girl. You were the wicked one. And despite that, I've always covered up your mistakes. I've taken care of you. And this is how you were taking care of me. You've done nothing but keep me down. Blame me for every mistake. Did you expect me to let you rule my life until the end of time? No, sister. You've had it coming since our last sunrise. Is that right, dear? If it wasn't for me, you would have never survived this long. Remember? They tried to separate us, but I refused. I chose this life and brought you into it so that we could stay together. Obviously, you've forgotten. She's a control freak. People, things, emotions. If she can't control something, she gets rid of it. And you're a wild animal. You'll rub up against anything that'll take you in for the night. Then when you're stuffed and bored, you bite the hand that fed you.
Stuff. Poor choice of words. See here.
Therese will never let you live. You disappointed her. I used you, yes, but I didn't try to have you killed. Therese has no problem with killing, do you? Remember, Father loved me. I was a good girl. I always did what I was told. You always hated that he loved me. You disobeyed him. You brought men home when he wasn't there. You were an awful daughter to him.
What age was this happening at?
I was always good to Father, but Jeanette made him miserable. Over the years, it all became too much for him. I think she broke
I don't
his
think
heart,
we're ever
so
getting
he
a
killed himself
remaster
right in
of
our
this,
room and
guys.
killed himself. Therese, you placed his finger on the trigger once you blew his mind all over the silly clown wallpaper. Right after he found me in your bed and thought I was you. He was always angry at you. You drove him to drink. When he died, he was in torment. As I recall, he died with a smile on his face.
I don't want to think too hard about that statement.
The police sure did. They broke us up for a little while, remember? The first thing you did after your escape was find me. Enough! Don't say another word about that. So, sweet sister, is this how it has to end? I admit I always knew this night might come. Well, any message you want me to give Father? An apology? A love letter?
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh!
I should turn this on you next, but I won't. Without Jeanette's assistance. Tongue, you're no threat. I'll call off the feud if that will get you out of my city.
Okay. I find in my playthroughs, Therese usually wins.
Oil tank at the old gas station. I'll tell him that one condition of a truce is that he help you. Our business then is finally complete. What you witnessed here, not a word to anyone. Do try to stay cautious. I'd hate to see one so promising meet an end because of wayward trust in another. I may have need of someone like you in a few years, if you're still around.
If the entire ending of the game isn't cut.
James Ross, your thoughts on the disdain for Vampire the Masquerade Redemption?
I don't understand it. It's good. It's a good game. It's just not as ambitious as this was. This is obviously a lot closer to the tabletop. But if you like, if you're like me and you like the Dark Age setting, excuse me, you get to play in it a little bit in Redemption, which I like. I like that a lot. I think the Dark Ages is the best setting for Vampire. It's the most interesting. Because you get to really play around in history and, you know, the medieval period with vampires is, I mean, that just feels so much more apropos, honestly. I don't have quite enough to upgrade my Obfuscate. I would like to.
Armand. I don't see the problem with this Malkavian chick. She's more happy and sane than the average modern lady.
Well, you know, I think I've seen women on TikTok a little crazier. To tell you the truth.
Freddy Fat Flaps. Don't order me around Gollum. You're not my mom. James Bursey, is this a RazörFist arcade or a Candace Owens vid? Aquatarius, man, this Days of Our Unlive is intense.
Alright, let's see here. Computer? Maybe I'll store up a little more, because I'd like to upgrade Obfuscate a little bit.
Mercenary X, I ended up saving both all the time.
I know you can do it. I know you can do that. But usually Therese wins in my playthroughs.
Steven, 2025 Santa Monica wishes it was as bright and cheerful as Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines portrays it in 2004.
No shit. Okay, let's get
A-dubs. Daily reminder that Trump actually shrunk the size of government for the first time in a century. Spit out the black pills and realize you're being captured. Keep your powder dry, RazörForce.
I do wish he had shrunk the budget more, but... And him talking about a dividend for money that was monies accrued via tariffs. I don't get that one. I just think it was poor optics. I guess in principle I don't have a problem with spreading the wealth as far as that goes, but I would rather that just be put back into lowering the deficit. I think most of us probably would prefer that at this point. I mean, if history's any guide, if Trump is operating on the idea that, like, giving out those dividend checks is somehow going to make him more popular or make people, like, dislike him less or something, I think history, relatively recent history anyways, is relatively instructive on this. Did George W. Bush sending out 2 separate rounds of stimulus checks make him more popular? Not really. They were still burning him in effigy when he left office. More recently, and germane to the topic, Biden sent out stimulus checks. Did anyone look at him any better? No, he was about as popular as cock cancer at the end. And he earned every bit of it.
Common J. Girls, please. You're both just awful.
Just awful. Just awful.
The Azure Nightmare.
Ooh.
Janet only wearing Gollum's loincloth. You put the one ring on it?
Alright, let's see here. I don't think I have a stake in that relationship. You see what I did there?
Elder Chicken. If you want to play as a vampire prince in a good game, I highly suggest you check out Thrones of Blood DLC for Age of Wonders 4. Lets you make an elder vampire as your ruler. It's very cool.
Neat.
Azure Nightmare again, would you break bread with libertarians who know Rand Paul and Chase Oliver are slime?
Maybe. Yeah, it depends.
What you need.
Let's see here.
All right, here's what we got today.
Granted, if you have the discernment to know that much, then probably you're worth breaking bread with. Is this really all he has? Research of at least 2 is required. I don't think I have a research skill, do I? I assume that means scholarship. Yeah, I believe so.
5 Hounds, as much as I like the franchise, except bits of V5, an RPG channel I like, made a point that if Vampire had any decency, they would have walked into the daylight after the first couple of nights.
I mean, I think there's a consistent theme in a lot of the Vampire the Masquerade fiction that vampires are monsters. They are not, at the end of the day, good. Right? They are manipulators and backstabbers and scumbags. And that is of their predatory nature. They're predators. It's of their predatory nature. Granted, we do muddy the waters with, like, the La Sombra, who are, like, literally priests and high up in the church and stuff like that. But they're sort of wearing it as a skin suit, aren't they? They're the defining characteristic of the La Sombra is they're literally named the La Sombra, the Shadow. They are obfuscators and manipulators and liars. Tongue is hiding in an... Oh, okay. That's where I need to go. How do I get over there? Oh, balls.
As your nightmare brandishes the loaf.
What a shame.
Mighty Memes gave Newell what is best in life. To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. And to release 3 pieces of hardware at once.
Alright, here we go.
Deus Flex is the Epstein PSYOP possibly a distraction not only from the shutdown, but also the recent discovery of the Capitol Hill cop, recently ID'd as the J6 pipe bomber.
I heard about that. And I wish people would talk more about stories like that and less on the goofy Days of Our Shills drama with Candace Owens perched atop Charlie Kirk's corpse, pretending she didn't resent him to his dying day for money. I wish people would focus a little more on stories like that that are a lot more pertinent.
The one and only. But don't bother with the introductions, fledgling. I know who you are.
Nice pimp coat.
News travels down the kindred grapevine like wildfire. And that courtroom spat between LaCroix and Nines Rodriguez is a juicy little morsel. And you in the middle. How interesting. I've been watching the place. The Sabbat has a bunch of low-life humans working day and night to move stuff through there. There's some major staging going on. The Sabbat. Jeez, you are green. It's like this.
I just killed like 5 of them.
Like it or not. I'm not gonna say the Sabbat are the
There you go.
evil
We're all
guys,
monsters.
'cause none of us are the good guys here. But the Sabbat, they glorify their monstrous nature. They refuse to hide it and go out of their way to show it. They're also brainless and reckless. They have a life expectancy of a vampire fruit fly. Yes, I can. Just tell me when you're ready, and we'll leave. Once you're there, however, you're on your own. You'll have to get into the place and plant the explosives in the middle office to take the whole structure down.
You promise? Alright. Is there anything I need to do before I go?
HT Arcade, why is Trump...
Map. Use it to navigate the... You ready to go?
HT Arcade, why is Trump covering for Epstein? He's not. Stop being a black-pilled bitch.
He's covering for Epstein so hard, he's continuing to drop Epstein files, which have consistently and repeatedly exculpated him. And the files make clear that Epstein didn't like Trump at all, and was actively working against him. There were some interesting nuggets, though, in those files that make some of Bannon's recent behavior a little bit quizzical. apparently Bannon was involved in negotiations with Jeffrey Epstein to try and steer Trump in a manipulable direction that they would have preferred. I think Bannon has a little explaining to do, to tell you the truth. All right, there we go. I think this is the Blue Moon Hotel, actually.
Big Mike. J6 pipe bomb planter was a chick, and she went to my rival high school. 2 minutes from my house. We're not sending our best.
Interesting.
And Jake Downey. There's a net negative 2% migration for the first time in decades.
Yeah.
Why are these crybabies whining about 2 million out here in less than a year?
Not only that,
it is cold.
Not only that, but I mean, the biggest thing we had to do was secure the border, which we actually managed to do, to my amazement. We actually managed to secure the border. It was always understood, if you had any, what I would call applicable intelligence, street smarts, whatever you want to call it, you knew that the more likely outcome was that self-deportations were going to lead the way. And the organized government deportations and immigration raids, as originally pioneered by Arpaio, were basically going to be for show. They were going to be to incite illegal aliens to self-deport, which they have in large numbers.
I Cast Knife, welcome back. The Dem fanfare about winning those elections was hilarious. We weren't watching because we thought we could win. We were watching because we shouldn't have been on the board at all, but were.
Yep. Yep. Not that you ever want to lose. And it's a shame that we couldn't pick up some of those blue races. But man, New Jersey wound up being... New Jersey, of all places, wound up being competitive in a governor's race? It's proof that things are moving in the right direction. There we go. Is that... Oh, I succeeded. Oh, shit.
Walker McFitness. The vampire courts in the Dresden Files are in a similar vein as the clans in this game. Good novel series if you haven't read them.
Here we go.
Scarfy the Strange.
Thank you, sir.
To quote a Florida sheriff, you think you're getting this, but you're really getting this. Scott Fisher. Dave Smith said this Trump term is another Biden term. Is he fucking stupid?
I mean, I think he answered your question when you uttered the name Dave Smith. Hey guys, I'm a comedian here who has no punchlines and mostly does punditry and is... I can't decide if he's worse at one than the other. Whoa! Speaking of being bad at things. Oh shit. Ah, there we go. You're good. But me, I'm magic.
Kissing goblins.
Nothing to see here. Please don't mind the smell.
Hey, where you going?
Stop! What up? Ah! I had a quick save, right? What is the quick load? Is it F12, I think? Which is also the screenshot button. Oops.
I cast
Oh,
knife.
okay. Yeah, I saved right before I dropped down there.
Dracula was a flesh warper? I would have figured he was a weirdly civilized gangrel LARPing as a Ventru.
Nope, Dracula was a chimichi. And again, the rule is you have to say it different every time. You can't talk to him? I guess not. I reckon.
Jeg's Dino God. Large noses, hunched over, hands clasped together. Drinks blood in rituals. Scared of crosses.
Fans of self-mutilation?
Yep, we found the Irish. Yes, the Irish.
Perpetually searching for the unholy land.
Boss Tigger, why do gropers get mad when I point out that Fuentes is just as much a white man as Obama? And Primarch Vulcan, did you happen to see this week's California bending the knee and revoking 17,000 commercial driver's licenses to illegals? Nobody is pointing out that 17,000 people illegally voting in California.
Yep. Yep. Just saunter on by.
Congillion, self-deports should go up with Snap getting fixed.
There we go.
Vigilance, reading through Daredevil Born Again. Amazing comic.
Oh, man. One of the greatest graphic novels ever written or illustrated. Probably the peak of cape shit, as it were. Somebody just walked by. There he is.
Some Shambler. KCD 2 review now, or more fiery love will ensue.
Or you'll throw a door at me?
A vampire's greatest weakness.
Yeah.
Common J, is Nick Fuentes just a reskinned Richard Spencer?
He is being used as Richard Spencer of this election cycle. This is the play they ran in 2016-17 around that time with Richard Spencer. And I'm talking about the media, the parts of both parties that do not want MAGA to be a permanent fixture in American politics. They create a scapegoat. And I hope Fuentes knows that he's being used for this. He probably does. He probably does. And he's cool with it because he's such a narcissist. But they prop them up and make them the figurehead of the entire movement. Because Nick Fuentes' bullshit doesn't play with anyone with an IQ north of 9. So the idea is to associate your enemy with something so odious and then head into an election cycle. Another dual intention of this is to force Trump to disavow which creates a split, they're hoping, creates a permanent divide. That helps them even more, right? The Republican Party is at least momentarily in disarray. All this helps them in elections. Again, what did I say at the beginning of this stream? The Democrats can't make the sale. They cannot sell their own virtues on account of they have none. So they've got to divide us. And Fuentes is just one of many instruments they're using to do that. I hope Fuentes would be intelligent enough to know that when they're done with that, he will not have a career. Richard Spencer was at least as big as Nick Fuentes is now. I think people forgot. I think they forgot how big Richard Spencer was in 2016, 2017. He was on CNN like every night. He's getting interviewed by major outlets. Outlets that won't even mention Fuentes' name right now. We're covering Richard Spencer regularly. He was a massive fixture. And within a year or two, he was completely politically neutralized. Because he was radioactive. Once Trump denounces you, now people who want to fall in with the MAGA side have to pick a side. And if you're forced to pick a side between Donald Trump and Nick Fuentes, one of those people is a charisma vacuum, and the other is Donald Trump. And it's not a tough choice for most people. It's the beginning of his political neutralization. So in the shorter term, if he decides he doesn't want to be used and pulls back a little bit from so much of the public engagement, just focuses on his podcast. It's not like he has to wither up and blow away or anything. He'll continue to to grow, right, at his normal rate.
No, you had it right the first time.
Yeah, I did have it right the first time, didn't I? Then he gets to have a career in a few years' time. If he lets his narcissism and self-importance and sense of entitlement get the better of him, he allows himself to be used for the Richard Spencer play, then in the longer term, he doesn't have a career. Or at least he's kind of contained in a bubble. But if he takes the alternate route, and he does have choices, then in the longer term, he can be very, very successful still. Shit. Shit. This part is so irritating.
Some shambler.
It's really hard to do this stealth in any way. Really tough.
Also, hi Terran, new Terran appreciation post. Here's 20. Oh, thank you. Very generous. Sula Felix, it was revealed Vince Foster and Killary had an affair.
That's right. You see, there's now a formal investigation into Bill Clinton specifically. Okay. Saved.
Zerp derp, so I hear Dracula the Impala is a chimichanga? What the fuck?
What?
The number one schmuck, saddest part of the recent elections was the Minneapolis mayor lowered housing prices by allowing the market to build, but was actually reelected because he exploited a tribal Somalian blood feud.
It do make you question the future viability of the human race itself, don't it? Screw your freedom.
Stormcrow. Oh shit, that's right. The Secretary of Agriculture is saying she wants everyone to reapply to SNAP to clean up the rolls.
Not a bad idea. I mean, a better idea is not having the government play nursemaid to the entire country.
Seeker of the Way. Terran, you are adorable, while Razor is adore disabled.
I don't know what that means.
You got killed by a door.
Ah, there we are.
Black Metal Gamer, thoughts on Musa of Mali in KCD2?
You mean Jamal? Good. The guy who lectures the white Christian guy on how he treats his women?
What a joke.
KCD2 is such a freaking turd. Never mind all that woke nonsense that was clearly inserted for a reason. It just doesn't... The story's not very good. The game... Some of the gameplay has been improved, and some of it honestly has degraded. And all of it has become more shallow than the first game. There's kind of a... I don't know, a DIY, sort of glitchy, half-functional charm to KCD1, and definitely a depth that KCD2 lacks. It cannot hold my interest. It's not good. It's not a very good game. And I wish I had enough lockpick skill here. This would save me a huge headache. Huge!
The number one schmuck. Blow it as normal, right? So voraciously, then.
Yes. On Destiny's 1-inch wonder. Ow! You're not supposed to shoot me.
Zerp derp, what clan would the Clintons be a part of as vampires?
Oh, God. Well, let's dissect this. They're from Arkansas. Regionally speaking, who tends to operate in the southern United States? I'm trying to think. Who's the Frenchiest kind of clan? I'm trying to think. Isn't it like Gangrel are like French and German and Scandinavian? Am I misremembering that? Or is that the Ventru partially French? I know La Sombra are like swarthy Spaniards and Italians and whatnot.
People are just saying Ventru.
Ventru, yeah. I mean, they're evil and Machiavellian enough, certainly.
Clan Escargot. Hex, not one church in KCD2 has an interior. Game sucks.
And remember, you had to go inside churches all the time in KCD1. You had to pay indulgences. But...
Mercenary X, I warned her. Even though she was a nurse, the practitioner who can do prescriptions, I know for a fact they probably threatened her license if she didn't get it, and she needed to pay bills. Talking about the vax, I see. Obsidian Mug, a movie or video game on the Siege of Malta would be sick.
Go.
Let me check over Mia.
Jesus! Oh, did you see that?
I know I was reading.
If you call that reading. No. Fuck you, sir!
Whole lot of people.
It's a scene, man. So, like, I don't want to be persnickety about physics in a vampire game, but I think after 2 or 3 headshots, you gotta slow down. Yeah, no shit. Those guys were just not taking no for an answer. They were...
Nope.
They were no-selling headshots like John Cena. Okay, we're gonna have to pure stealth this. There's no other option.
Okay, everything's good. Swagnarok, Dutch Vanderlyn attempting to justify the budget for Avengers Doomsday to Arthur.
Sure, it lacks all the original Avengers, Arthur. But we gotta pay a decent wage. We gotta have the mangoes for it. Otherwise, Robert Downey Jr.'s gonna vacation in Tahiti.
All right.
Now, Dutch, we already spent the gross domestic product of India on the last one.
Shademaster, in the abominable 4th edition Vampire the Requiem, the Dracul was a bloodline option for the Ventru.
Yeah.
But in Vampire the Masquerade, Dracul is Simsi?
Jimichi. Just, yeah, whatever.
Jimichi.
Pronounce it however you want. Rama Lama Ding Dong.
Zimichi.
Yeah, I really hated that. I hated the sub-bloodlines in the different clans. Look, they basically pared everything down to whatever it was, 4 or 5 clans. And then they, to make up for it, added these sub-bloodlines that were basically just the clans that they cut out. It's like, what are you doing? Why? What was the point of that?
Five Hounds, read the lore. Dracula tortured a pre-Fleshcraft era Zimishi, had them embrace him, kill them, played the vampires, use magic to become a meme entity that survives in every copy of Dracula.
Yes! Yes! And this is why Bela Lugosi is the best Dracula.
Ghostwriter, the complaints of COD losing its identity should return to the fact that annual releases were a bad idea. They changed motifs with the same arcadey gameplay.
Yep. That was bullshit.
What was that? Motherfucker!
Ow.
Jegs Dino got a handful of jerk-off YouTubers, present company excluded. Thank you. With bad, dishonest takes isn't a civil war. Outside the internet, they have no voice, no one cares.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think they affect the elections that much. What's gonna have a practical effect on the election is, what's the state of the country? What specifically is the state of the states that these midterm elections are happening in? Because some states are suffering more than others. Like gas prices here, going down. Gas prices in some other states, going down. Gas prices in others, kind of staying the same. Grocery prices in some states, going down. Grocery prices in other states, going up. It just, depending on those factors, those regular, practical, day-to-day factors, and also the job market. Like, everybody was fixed, well, I don't want to say everybody, but a lot of people were fixating on, oh, the stock market lost X amount of value. They claimed it was 1 trillion at one point. But the truth is, why did that happen? Because the jobs report was delayed. People are really anxious about what's going to go on with the job market. Whatever happens with that is going to color the political composure of the coming year. And it's going to have a massive part to play. It's going to have the primary role to play, let's be honest, with the results of the midterm elections. It's why all you can do is look at the current polling data, try to extrapolate from it based on what's happening at that moment, And from that, you can make a rational prediction that 9 times out of 10 isn't going to pan out anyways, because man plans, God laughs. No, shit. I didn't mean to do that.
Read that, read that.
Ooh, gun. Guns make you nervous. I'm going down to the corner to get some ice cream.
Well, it's America, isn't it?
This is America, isn't it?
Dirk.
Fuck's sake, man, you're amateur.
Appreciate
Oh god, he's
the
standing
library.
right there. What's up?
I was just talking to the chat. Jake Downey. Is there anyone credible or moderate to replace Pelosi and Schumer?
Oh man. Come out. I think some people, like I think Festerman is stumping for that, but he's crazy. I don't know. I think he's more likely to be driven out of the party if he actually begins putting into practice the constant posturing of being a moderate. That he, like we said, we broke down his voting record. He has voted with Democrats over 90% of the time. Like, he's a party line vote. But he likes to posture in the other direction because it helps him in the state of Pennsylvania, which is not a wingnut state. Boo? Okay. Let's see what we can do here. I think I need to get into this office. Quiet, you. Oh, dear. What are you doing?
Southern gentleman. Too much swearing in KCD2?
It's not so much that there's too much swearing, it's that the swearing isn't artful. It's really dumb.
Azure Nightmare. Jeanette's bean is bigger than Destiny's. Intrinsic Dark. Just another reminder. The Jews.
But, right.
Thank you, that is all.
Thank you, that is all. No, that is literally all. That's literally all some people's political platform is.
Zerp Derp. Here's a 10 for Taryn to upload to his YouTube because I need Razor adjacent work because I'm addicted to the both of you. Aw, that's sweet. Stymie, what do you get when you pour melted cheese on tofu? Madonna's face.
Ooh, what was that?
Emperor Soft Turtle. Are millennials the generation that is the least fun to make fun of? The generation of hollowness?
The generation of, like, vapid irony. It's like the generation that didn't want to feel anything or stand for anything. So they just, oh, yeah, I like that, ironically. Right? Like, that's... It's the hipster generation. People ask what happened to hipsters. They aged out of being hipsters. They're still hipsters in terms of their worldview, and sometimes in terms of their style of dress. You see them on the YouTube channel circuit, like, gosh, it's like they build them in a factory. Hey, a bald head, a beard, and black frame glasses. How new and exciting. Holy shit. And he's giving room temperature takes about history. Holy hell, my goodness. This is a new and exciting development. I'm going to have to follow this thing closely. Hipsters kind of didn't go away. They just sort of took a new form. What happened is Zoomers came along and came of age. That's it. And Zoomers have this whole kind of nihilistic thing. Whereas millennials don't like to stand for anything. They're just slathered in constant irony. Zoomers like to sort of cosplay as if they stand for something, but really it's kind of a form of covert nihilism. It's kind of a weird burn it all down, man, kind of an attitude underneath all of the cosplaying as crusaders and everything.
Let me head over to Streamlabs. Irritable Sloth, thank you for the combined 20. Or, rather, 25.
Oh, yeah.
I get big government is bad, but what do you think about doubling or tripling the size of Congress and the Senate? More representation and more deadlock where they can't screw
I
us.
agree. I think I would prefer that as well. The simple fact is we are very underrepresented in the House. When you look at the ratios of representation, I forget what it was. Was it, I think it was Jefferson. No, it was Madison. It was Madison who said, and this was during the impassioned debates on what the structure of the House of Representatives would be. James Madison argued that the upper limit where representation would turn to outright tyranny was one representative for every 20,000 people. There are parts of California, guys, where like one representative is like 400 or more thousand people, 400,000 people or more, right? And that's not an uncommon syndrome all across the country. Like, these are essentially little kings. The idea behind a representative was they were supposed to be the kind of person who could literally walk the street and know your name. They were literally supposed to be somebody from your neighborhood. Oh, hi, Martha. How's it going? Right? Like, I'm going to go over to Congress. Anything you'd like me to stump for? That's literally the idea behind the House of Representatives. Is that how it feels to you? So I agree with that. Should I be blowing those up?
He continues. Imagine an anti-property rights communist arguing to a Christian. He points out the Bible says not to get too attached to worldly possessions. How do you respond?
Shit. Ah! What was it?
A communist argues about the Bible with you, about how it says don't get attached to worldly possessions. How do you respond?
A communist denies the efficacy of worldly possessions themselves, something that's countermanded by the Ten Commandments, which command do not steal. You cannot steal something that is not property, that is not, therefore, by the Ten Commandments, acknowledged by God to be property. Property is a godly concept, and communists, therefore, are antichrist. They oppose everything God stands for, because they oppose one of the core commandments, thou shalt not steal. They deny the efficacy of property. No different than just denying man and woman. Covetousness. I'll shank you good. Ah. Maybe someone should tell him that we're the good guys. Okay.
Stymie, Razor, you got it wrong. The new hipsters are the tripsters of this age.
What?
I don't know. Mercenary X, just a reminder that Jews were replaced by Canaanites. They are the true deep state.
Here we go.
Havoc, Razor, you heard it on the radio in-game earlier. Thoughts on the Greys working with the U.S. government against the Chinese alliance with the Beta Centaurians?
My favorite chapter of Deus Ex.
James Percy, if the worst case scenario happens and D's take one or both the chambers, what are you expecting for the next couple of years?
I would expect them to make good on some of the... I mean, especially if they have... It kind of depends on if they have super majorities and such. But I would mostly... In concrete terms, the main thing they're going to try to accomplish is locking out any Trump-esque person from ever holding the levers of power again. They tried to do that after 2020, but they couldn't quite do it because they didn't have the numbers. And I told you they would try to do that. Remember, in my post-2020 election video, I warned you that, like, the goal was Trump wasn't supposed to burst... Trump wasn't supposed to be bursting through the dam, right? There were supposed to be mechanisms in place to prevent a figure like Trump from getting there. Look at what happened with Ross Perot, right? They didn't want someone like that, a disruptor, to come into this position. So the order of the day would be, after they got rid of Trump, to prevent someone like Trump from coming back. And of course, what happened? He came back like a hurricane. For a lot of reasons. First off, he had more momentum. He had a better, vote harvesting organization and so forth. He basically out-harvested the harvesters. There were a lot of reasons for that. But also, the Democrats just didn't have the numbers to completely slam the door on that.
Patriotic cat. Why bad thing is actually good? My generation.
Here we go. I think that might be my generation too, sadly. Oh, look who it is. Look who it be.
Your handiwork, I presume?
So, like, shouldn't your vision already be corrected in Undeath? Should you need glasses?
Hopefully no Sabbat saw you escape. They can be somewhat antagonistic. I see my reputation, for once, does not precede me. My name is Beckett. I haven't been following you per se. We've just coincidentally been at the same places at the same time, for different reasons. So sorry if I unnerved you. Tell me, have you by chance seen or felt anything strange since your embrace?
I'm in California. You're gonna have to narrow it down, bud.
A ghost? Quite ordinary. I generally pay wraiths no mind. All but a few are willing to give up their secrets. Most of my contacts here report sensing something unusual in the night air, like a sense of dread or pressure. But I'm not a native to these parts, so I can't tell if it's irregular. And since you're still fresh, perhaps you're not attuned to it. Pleasure meeting your acquaintance, but there are rumblings for me to discredit. We shall, I'm certain, meet again. Or never again. Good night, young one. And be careful. You're very likely being hunted by the Sabbat.
One can hope. We are being hunted.
Number one schmuck. Been dieting and I've lost 30 pounds in 3 months. Sticking to a 1,500 calorie day diet. but by being smart with substitutions and portion control.
Good. That's the way to do it, man.
I'm eating pretty much the same food I always have, so it's been easy.
Bingo.
There you go.
That's how you do it, man. That's absolutely how you do it. Hey, I like having a Pepsi. Okay, it's Pepsi Zero now. Oh, I like this thing. Okay, have that. I like a little sugar in my coffee. Okay, it's stevia now. Those kind of simple substitutions make a world of difference. World of difference. Good call. Another good rule for you. Eat at home. Eat it. Even when you eat junk food at home, it is better for you than when you eat fast food. Like, granted, that's an easier sell now. Now that fast food is like $20 for a combo.
Yeah.
Like, it's a lot easier sale to make. No pun intended. But that's another good hard and fast rule. Just eat at home.
We're gonna have to zoom through a few of these.
Nice work, fledgling. I felt that explosion a mile away. It's all over the news.
Okay.
Mercenary X, the Greys work for the Deep State. Beta Centaurians work for the U.S. military. Unless they are Andromedans, then we've got the White Hats helping us.
No kidding. Huh. Must be something major happening if he's in town. Beckett is a historian of sorts. He's unearthed more vampire lore than anyone.
It's kind
That's
of
all
dork.
Beckett does. Seek the truth behind our condition.
Mercenary X, I'm feel hungry and I need sleep right now. Go to bed.
Clans are just bloodlines, you know. A common root shared.
Okay.
The Nosferatu are damn good at what we do. No one even argues that. If you need to know, if you want it found, you come to us. We're indispensable. Not a bad place to be in the afterlife. The Nosferatu stick together, pool resources. We have more going on than anyone could guess at. Our web blankets the night. I'm loyal to the clan, loyal to my primogen, and therefore loyal to the Camarilla. The Nosferatu are the eyes and ears of the Camarilla, so they take care of us. They value our services, or don't want to be on our bad side. Either way, no one bothers us.
Okay.
Jake Downey. Live millennials stare at the sun, listen to Papa Roach, have highly visible scars, and watch Fuentes Catboy prawn. Reg millennials, leave me alone.
That is one thing about millennials. I think it's too big of a catch-all. I feel like there's two major blocks of millennials. There's kind of millennials proper, and then there's what some people call centennials, which is almost a totally different age group with a totally different cultural frame of reference. Like the last generation to not have a bunch of internet in their house growing up. Like that's a major difference between one group of millennials and another. I don't think you can conflate those two things. A generation that did not grow up with widespread internet is a pretty serious difference.
Number one schmuck. Yeah, one big benefit of eating at home is substituting normal fried foods with air frying. Oil calories are freaking ludicrous.
Yeah. Another thing, cut out the canola oil, replace it with olive oil. Actual butter instead of margarine. Stuff like that.
Irritable Sloth, thank you for the combined 10. Alright, we watched your superheroes no-kill rule video recently.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about the idea of a hero's job is to detain villains, and it's the state's job to enact the death penalty?
Maybe some of them are, but I would argue that kind of defeats the narrative purpose of superheroes in a way. Because the entire idea is
Just
that
be a
it's,
really good cop then. It's like...
right? Exactly. Exactly. The entire idea is that the superhero is more than just a law enforcer. If he was just a law enforcer, write a comic book about a cop. They are supposed to be justice on legs. And justice sometimes means death for the perpetrator. That's just a simple fact. Not for all characters, not in all circumstances. But I think it's just a misunderstanding of what the superhero or the pulp hero or the comic hero is supposed to represent. And there's an implicit kind of condemnation whereby they're kind of implying you can't be a hero if you have taken a life in defense of another. And that is bullshit. That is progressive bullshit. And that's why so many of the pulp heroes, they feel so fresh when you read them now. Because decades of that desultory nonsense permeating the public through entertainment, through criticism of entertainment, and so on, all of a sudden you're reading a book where the Shadow is intercepting a poisoner, and so he forces the poisoner to either face the authorities and probably die in a firefight or die in the electric chair, face the Shadow and therefore get in a gunfight that he's guaranteed to lose, or make it right, write a confession, and ingest poison. And that is the Shadow's version of mercy in that story. You can take the easy way out. That's why that kind of stuff hits you as so fresh, because it comes out of nowhere, because Walter Gibson is making a value judgment on the nature of justice. That poisoner killed people and planned to kill more people. It is a mercy to allow him to ingest his own poison. At gunpoint by the Shadow, by the way. It's a great story. The freaking Ghost Makers.
Mercenary X, Mom got really mad when I used real butter instead of margarine, and I kept pointing out margarine is not safe.
Whoa.
Mike, ever think about writing an autobiography I would buy?
I don't know about that.
Irritable Sloth, I finished Brutal Legend and Motorhead's discography after you streamed it.
Nice.
Big respect for Lemmy, but I never knew he was such a slut.
Oh yeah, he was a total whore. Gosh, I forget what he said, over 1,000 women he banged. He was a total whore, and he was not a family man. He finally did reconnect with his son, though. You know, one of the most poignant things about that Lemmy documentary was he reconnects with his son, and he kind of owns up to the fact that, hey, like, this rock star lifestyle, you're not father of the year. You're not there for your child. You're abandoning your kids. You're moving from town to town. And it's like Lemmy trying in the latter stages of his life to sort of reconnect and make amends for those sort of froward ways. Is actually kind of a poignant little bit of the Lemmy documentary. And it was clear, like, he really, really loved his son. He really did. He associated with him as much as he could. And you got to remember, Lemmy's dad was the dick of the year. When you hear about the backstory with Lemmy Kilmister's dad, his dad was a vicar, but he was a drunken, abusive vicar. So Lemmy was butt mad, and he was a cringe atheist. He wrote a bunch of songs, you know, shitting on religion. And it was all his baggage about his dad. It was all his daddy issues. It's abundantly clear. But he kind of made amends on that, or tried to. He had no model for a father in his life. None. And he kind of perpetuated that cycle. But it was cool in the latter period of his life that he kind of tried to make good on that.
Will you stream more Brutal Legends in the future?
I'd like to, but man, we weren't even able to get that up on a VOD because of the copyrighted music. I mean, I uploaded it. It's just not visible. They won't allow it.
If we just streamed on, like, Twitter, you know, maybe that would help. Berserk.
Oh, I need to go downtown.
Shirt Bear. Nice to see a Vampire the Masquerade game where you don't use Fist of the Gay Bar as your fighting style.
Oh, the kung fu fighting, dude. And then they call attention to how pared down the combat is by allowing you to telekinetically manipulate guns and knives and bats. It's like, okay, I can move these with my mind. Why can I not wrap my stupid vampire digits around them and wield them like a normie? What in the actual hell?
Not Alfarius. Can confirm the older millennials versus younger millennial thing. I was roommates with some older millennials born in the 80s, and I'm from the tail end born in the 94.
Right.
We were very different people.
Very different. Very, very different.
Game and Newfie.
When you grow up, like, think about it. If you were born in the 80s, like, the first really viable phones were the Nokia phones. Those are like early 2000s. You're almost out of high school when that happens. That's a huge difference. Compare that to the later millennials who literally have the full-on smartphones and were headed to... they might even have had iPhones by the time they get out of high school. That is a total world of difference. That is a chasmal difference between those two countries. Where is the car parked at? Or can I just fast travel through the sewer? I don't think I can.
Game and
Not
Newfie.
yet.
I hope my fellow Canadians have had a good Remembrance Day ceremony with their poppies of this past week. And I hope my fellow Americans have had a happy Veterans Day as well.
Yes, indeed.
They shall not grow old, as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Zach Lime, thank you for the donations. Watched 2005 Legend of Zorro and really enjoyed it. What's your favorite Zorro movie?
I like the first Banderas movie. What is that? Mask of Zorro. And I like the second, the Tyrone Powers Mark of Zorro. And I like some of the film serials too. Those are really good. I was a little bit of a Zorro freak when I was a kid. So I like a lot of that stuff.
Number one schmuck. I was born in the 80s, fall of 89, but it counts.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, beating in downtown LA. What a new and exciting development. And the guy had darker skin, too.
Let's take it and leave it out for the sunrise.
We're going to have a lot of fun with this one. Think you could blow up our warehouse and get away with it?
Shut up, Steve Bloom.
Nick.
Let's pull out its eyes and its tongue and its teeth. I want its teeth.
Camera the fuck. Boys, I think we could all use a little entertainment. Those of you sitting in the first few rows will get wet.
You just break the fourth wall. Oh!
Leave.
That's a deagle.
There's 3 of us, Rodriguez.
Yeah. 3 of us. What are you gonna do? Shoot us?
This ain't over.
Can we have some Sabat that aren't Gangrel?
You too, Rodriguez. You're both dead. Nobody messes with a Sabat and lives.
Keep moving. trouble sure seems to like you. Good effort. Execution needs a little work. You look like shit. Name's Nines. Should have been more careful, newbie. You should stick to the sewers. You do that. Me? I got things to deal with. Why don't you pay me a visit at the last round tonight? I don't know what you've heard so far, but it's time you heard the real story.
The true Hollywood story.
Stay out of trouble, kid.
Best way, killer. You've been accosted by a gang of Willem Dafoes.
No shit.
Zach Lime, can you explain why Dems posting that Epstein email calling Trump dangerous thought it would be so damaging? I can't for the life of me see how they thought that was going to be a win for them.
You know what it was? They were just too quick on the draw. That's literally what it... I guarantee you what happened is they had their interns literally just waiting for the drop. They control F'd Trump. That's literally all they did. They did a master search on the entire document list, control F Trump, and they posted the first result they got. They skimmed it for half a second, and then they sent out the tweet. That's how lazy they are. I guarantee you that's what happened. Guarantee you. It made them look so shitty. Oh no, Epstein didn't like Trump. Gee whiz.
Idiots.
Retards.
Stymie.
Oh man, this looks really nice with the HD mod.
Razor, are you not old enough to remember bag phones?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I remember the Garfield phone and the Hot Lips phone.
Oh yeah, no, I remember those. The Garfield one, the Goofy phone. You remember the Goofy phone?
Oh, I never had one, no.
Dude, it's Goofy just sitting there with his arms crossed. Fucking aura farming. It's amazing. It's one of the coolest looking phones ever.
Hardcore Bunny. I wanted to plug in one of my stories, the Yellow Bible, at Hardcore Bunny Substack. It was reviewed by Dread Reviews, issue 28. It's a sword and sorcery pulp tale. Awesome.
Ventru Tower? I hope it is, because I'm going in.
Mr. Reese, thank you for the additional donos. He raised his hands. If I were something evil, I was evil. I was evil for the good. I was worse than they were. I had one good, efficient, enjoyable way of getting rid of cancerous commies. I killed them. Mickey Spillane, One Lonely Night.
Oh man, such a good, freaking great book.
You stay back now. I don't know what you are, but you best go back.
LaCroix? Is this where they make all that water?
You best get going before I call for backup or a tabloid.
Heather the Great, loaf of bread, a carton of milk, and a stick of butter.
Right? Oh, and eggs. That's another thing that'll save your butt. You'll bleed weight. Start having breakfast, but it's protein-only breakfast. An egg, a little bacon, maybe a little ham.
Dee.
And not huge portions either. Just enough. Tide you over till lunch.
Hail Chief Flipping Bird and the vampire masquerading as Terrangel.
Yes.
Any progress into getting Breath of Fire 3 playable again, and will you stream?
I think
Shut up, silly woman.
I think I have figured out a way. Whoa. Difficulty level 10? Jeez.
Not Alfarius, thanks for that 20.
Got the Hope Diamond behind that thing, or?
Speaking of generations and cell phones, that reminds me of a funny story of my great-grandfather. After he got Alzheimer's, he carried his rotary phone around in his old trench coat. He thought that's how cells worked.
What? What?
Number 1 schmuck. LaCroix sucks. Spindrift is the only good sparkling water. It actually replaced soda for me.
Wow. Is there a manhole?
And I'm just trying to get through these now. Storm and Norman. David Brinkley told Bill Clinton, "There was certainly nothing boring and uncreative about the way you moved Vince Foster's body." President's a murderer, didn't you know that?
Yeah, no, the president's a murderer? You didn't know that? I thought it was common knowledge, really. I'm just glad we could get the murder out of the White House. All right.
Joke cancer. What's Hitler's favorite drink?
Juice.
Orange juice. 100% concentrated. Tucker O'Donnell. Good morning, guys. Just woke up, and man, have I got the urge to play MechWarrior 5 again after listening to Wolfpack.
Sweet. I mean, I'm sorry I'm driving you back to a shitty game, but... hey, we do what we can. Maybe play Battletech 2018 instead.
David Hogg sucks cock by choice. Thank you again for that 3.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Oh.
Is that a letter opener? Wow.
There you are. I was informed of your presence in the building.
Yeah.
Since you're here, I'll take the liberty of assuming you've destroyed the warehouse. This is correct, yes? Most excellent. I had no doubt you'd prove my decision a prudent one. I trust you encountered no impediments to your progress on account of my personnel.
No, Count Twinkula.
That is the answer I like to hear. You've done well, circumstances being what they were. I will admit, not many in your position would have overcome such a trial. But don't misunderstand me. It was no fool's errand. You may yet prove to be a genuine asset. It's a bit disturbing the lack of talent within this organization as of late. Tell me, what would you say to doing a bit of reconnaissance for me?
I reckon I could recon.
There have been whispers, rumors spreading around the kindred community concerning the...
Oh, the cargo ship mission.
The police are
I actually kind of like
investigating
this.
as we speak. Even the Nosferatu have little information on what's been
I'm right here.
The reason the ship has caused such speculation is because it was transporting an object called the Ankaran sarcophagus.
Followers of Set.
I'm not one to predicate a decision.
This is a clan if you only played the games you wouldn't know about. They're like Egyptian demon worshippers.
You have 3 objectives. 1. I want you to examine the sarcophagus for anything unusual. You may sense something peculiar about the sarcophagus. In fact, many kindred in the city have reported an uneasiness in the air since the Danes' arrival. Do not, under any circumstances, open the Ankaran sarcophagus. Secondly, the police have begun their investigation. Find out what they have concluded thus far.
You want to let your sheriff moisturize there, or...
For the ship, I want to find
It's like an
out
elephant's
what else
knee.
is carrying. The last thing we want is police aware of our existence. So be careful what you do in front of them. And unlike the warehouse, you cannot wholesale slaughter a ship full of lawmen without consequences.
Challenge accepted.
Understood? Good. Oh, and it has come to my attention that you had an encounter with Nines Rodriguez earlier. The man so does love to throw that cretinous charm of his brashly about. What exactly did Mr. Rodriguez say?
I don't think anyone on planet Earth has ever uttered the word cretin without being a gaping cunthole.
I see.
I think it's actually required by law.
You should go humor the by-the-numbers rhetoric he's so desperately aching to spew. Or please, before the chance of fascist oppressor from that dive of theirs clog the air and choke the... Give the Anarch community my regards.
All right.
Mercenary X.
Okay, Boomer.
So what are the sales numbers of Bloodlines 2? Abysmal, I'm sure.
Dude, I know the player count fell off like Owen Hart. So if that's any indicia at all, it's not good news. Not for the developers, anyway.
The Copper Owl. Did everybody forget that Burrito Mussolini is Destiny's lover? And that they both like Chesters? Also, Rand Paul lost big in the shutdown?
He kind of did. You know, Democrats were clueless because it never works trying to use a shutdown to drive policy. It never has. Look at how Republicans got reamed when they tried it. And Rand Paul, retard that he is, decided that in the middle of a shutdown that his own party was trying to ameliorate, he would try to drive policy using the shutdown just like the Democrats. And of course he winds up eating shit. God, the stupidity. The guy gives himself a bucket load of L's. All right. Where...
He continues, Omega Man, The Last Man on Earth, is based off a Richard Matheson book. Surprisingly, I think I own all 3 movies.
Oh, okay.
And I believe that's it for him.
Where's that?
Metalhead Madman, thank you for that 20. We already talked about the last penny being printed, but thank you again. Richard Head, thank you for the 5. Stormcrow, thank you for the 5. I'm going to finish up Streamlabs over here. And...
Oh, there's the last round. Time to wrap with the commies.
Ben Shapiro's phone book seat. Hi, Ben Shapiro here. Let's say for the sake of argument.
Look at this shit.
That a boy asks his father, Pa, are eggs halal to eat? The dad says, depends. Were the rooster and the hen married? Haha, funny. Pork's Hollow Sweet Janitor. Oop.
Heard Nine saved your ass again. You think LaCroix would have stopped? Cammy, you'd have a whole lot less above your neck if it hadn't been for
Oh
Nine's
god.
As long as you're
She's a commie and a redhead.
Kate, Cammy.
Woman is collecting cliches.
What the hell do you know anyway? Just woke up dead and think you... That's real. Let me put it in perspective for you. The Camarilla claims every kindred's part of the organization regardless. You need to start listening, or you're gonna wind up just like your sire.
Damn, you're annoying without the apostrophe. Good stuff.
One damsel, den mother of these mothers, and one pissed bitch since LaCroix ruled her. Hey, Cammy. I don't apologize often, but it's just with all the shit that's been going down lately. And on top of it, this plague bearer getting the CDC's attention, maybe I misjudged you guys. A plague bearer's a fool that doesn't care who they feed them. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. We can't get sick, but the kind can. And kindred that feed on them start spreading disease. And that gets sick, it's an epidemic. Seen old Yeller? May sound. If someone puts together 2 and 2 as to the real cause of an outbreak of bloodborne diseases, guess what happens? So the plague bearers gotta be found and put down. If the Camarilla really gives a damn, they'll help us. Our mess? For all I know, this could be some Camarilla plot.
Along with the Greys and the Trilateral Commission. Calm down, Tartan Tiny. And option 1.
One of our boys' ghouls, name's Paul, lives nearby in the Skyline Apartments. Been a stranger lately. Looked like death last time he was...
Oh, I remember this.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay, and last few here.
Go ahead.
Number one schmuck of late, no one has epitomized he won't get out of his own way quite like Rand Paul.
No shit. Well, Massey, too. Yes.
Massey, yeah.
Rand
Anthony?
Paul's like... He's normally not so grandstandy, but I think the Massey set has kind of rubbed off on him, and he's insufferable. Insufferable right now.
Anthony Trump's next build project, Coliseum, for obvious reasons. Citizenship fights.
Yes!
They can earn it. Quark's Hall Suite janitor. There's an old Vulcan proverb. Only Trump can deport them all and build a wall.
What? It's an odd Vulcan proverb. You wouldn't think he would be known on Vulcan.
Sonny Crockett. I'm a federal officer for ICE starting on December 29th. Then it's 13 weeks academy training at FLETC in Georgia. Then back home to California, screw with hair gel Hitler's plans. Time to redeem. And nice. I do apologize, guys, if I couldn't get to yours tonight, but after refreshing here, let me check. Yes, that was the end.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for indulging in the masquerade along with us. Taryn, you did a fine job. For Mr. T Boogie, I am RazörFist. Don't get staked.